the mic is live.
Whoa.
Hello, if anyone's there? No, it says none. Okay. Never mind. Okay, I'm gonna go post on Discord. How can there be 0 viewers and someone posting in chat? What the hell is that about?
Interesting.
Okay. Posted on Discord. That's ready to go. Wonderful. How's everyone doing? You ready for some more spooky times?
Spooky time.
Without further ado, I guess let's go do it. Let's just go and heckin' get spooky. You said give him something spooky. Yo. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Try the start button. Wonderful.
Whew.
You're so smart. That was just powerful. I might edit this text.
Give me she or they bunch.
She, they. Okay, sorry.
Right.
Woo. Things are gonna get spooky now.
Gotta try and remember what I was up to.
Yeah, it has been weeks and weeks and weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But I am determined for you to play a game the whole way through to the end. So
Never
we're
gonna
just
happen.
we're just gonna keep coming back to this until you do it.
Mm-hmm.
I might get some ice out of the freezer and pour some Pepsis.
Ooh, yes please.
Yeah. Oh, that's the thing.
Okay. That's that one. Whoop. Okay, that's my run.
This is some ice noises ASMR. Have you figured out what you're doing?
I'm just going back to the stairwell again where I died every time last time.
I feel like there's exactly 0 sound coming from the game. Am I crazy?
Yes. Wait.
Yes?
Well,
I'm crazy?
let's... No. Let's see what happens when I go through this door. That was a sound.
Still very quiet, right?
Yeah, but it was a sound.
Alright, hang on a second.
Oh, let's,
Oops, sorry. Oh, hello. Yeah, now we're in
eat,
business.
eat. Oh, heck.
Whoop.
Oh, I forgot how to... forgot how you're supposed to shoot, that's what happened there.
You gotta ready the weapon first.
Yeah, but I forgot what button it was to ready it.
1.
Is it?
Is it?
What? I think it's R1. It's R2 to ready it, and then you press cross to fire.
What?
Yeah.
That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna fucking sue Sony. I don't actually know who developed Silent Hill, and I just exposed myself as a fake gamer girl.
Your career is over.
No!
Mm-hmm.
No!
Afraid so.
I was maybe wrong about the seating, and maybe you should sit close to the camera because you're playing.
I don't know.
It's maybe just like visually confusing if I'm like the main person, but you're actually playing.
I don't really mind. I don't think it matters that much.
Alright.
So, just like wherever's more comfortable to sit.
Okay.
My nemesis, stairs.
Well, the stairs are the ones that the scenes that have the tightest camera angles.
Yeah.
It's really that your nemesis is the camera.
Yes. Oh, heck. Why won't they just die?
Why won't you let me die?
Exactly.
I left the tap running like a bunch.
Wow, this is so much ice.
Yeah, so you don't want to do the taxi equipment.
What the hell? But then it'll just be mostly water.
No, you'll just enjoy it more.
No, it'll just make my teeth hurt.
Nah.
Yeah.
Your teeth have never hurt.
It's like 3 times as much ice as I would.
Your teeth have never hurt in your entire life.
That's so untrue.
Hello, Revane Crawford, and hello, Jelly Jelly 12. Welcome to the stream.
Could see how much ice there is in there.
Loads. The right amount of ice.
It's full to the top with ice. Where is the Pepsi gonna go even?
It's gonna go in the cup carefully.
But ice floats.
Yeah. See that? See? 2 cups of Pepsi.
Then I can just have a small cup of Pepsi.
Because I added ice.
But you would have split it in half
2
anyway.
perfect cups of perfect Pepsi. Thanks to my genius.
James, honey.
Oh no, it happened again.
Did something happen to you?
Oh, heck, there's a typo. I had a big Vembo moment.
What you done? Ah, booey.
Dwee.
That's me.
I'm gonna change your pronouns to thee and thy. Thee, thy, thine. do you want a walkthrough?
Not just yet, because I feel like I just have to do this thing anyway.
Okay, shall I get the walkthrough ready?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a great idea.
Okay, I'll have the walkthrough ready. And you can just say your gaming safe word, which is "I'm despairing because I'm terrible at games." It's the key activation phrase.
Yeah, that's what it's like. Okay, I don't need to run out of bullets. I'm just gonna hit them really hard.
Hell yeah! Hey, Goblin. We've had another Goblin user coming to the stream recently. It's very confusing. Having someone called Goblin Breakfast and I generally just call them Goblin, but it's like I feel like I'm being untrue to their Goblin. Oh, Washington. When did yours save?
I only just, like...
Ban them! I'm gonna ban Goblin Breakfast next time I see them. Just for my own personal ease of knowing who's the Goblin.
This was where I last saved. I just keep dying in the same place.
Uh-huh. Are you in the hospital now? I'm guessing from all
Yeah.
these nurses. Oh, Goblin Breakfast is here right now.
Whoa,
Goblins
fight!
should work together.
Fight!
Goblins of the world unite.
Oh, that is better, I guess.
Goblin solidarity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing you're at Brookhaven Hospital.
Yeah, I think.
Which is 0.5 out of 13 on this walkthrough list. Unless you're already in Nightmare Hospital, but I suspect that's the next step. I forgot Goblin was a mod, and they just timed out. They just timed out Goblin Breakfast. This is the Goblin on Goblin crime that the media doesn't want to tell you about. The Liberals don't want to focus on Goblin crime. Because they know that you'll have to address Goblin culture. Alright, where are you up to?
2F. This
Is
where
that
I
where
keep
you're
dying.
up to, though, or is that just where you happen to be? I see the nurses have like a weapon. Let's see whether this is a problem for you. Probably, yeah. Oh, she came back!
It will spin around.
Crafty!
Why did this camera spin around?
Unbelievable.
Right then.
Yeah, that's really bad
It's
timing.
like, why?
Isn't it you hold L2 to keep it behind?
Yeah, but you have to be, like, you have to have space behind you for that to work.
I know. Have you got the map of the hospital? On the bulletin board to James's left when you enter. I guess just try doing the... Oh, jeez.
It's the- Look, it just keeps dropping.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay.
Had to message someone in the Discord about nagging me.
Oh no.
I don't know why everyone's so determined to nag me all the time. Just like the moment you come out and start presenting more femme immediately, it's just creepy shit, unsolicited advice on your appearance, and nags. I just... It was fine. It was just like, as always with nags, just trying to be more interesting, trying to make your compliment more interesting, trying
Right.
to have something to say, and it's just like, but you just don't need to insult me. You can just be nice. I appreciate being told you look nice. I don't need it to be like, that's all. Okay, have you got a map?
I don't think I have.
What? Fucking hell. Okay, that's bad. What the fuck?
Okay, yeah. I forgot which button it was.
Right.
The
Were you
button.
pressing the trackpad?
Yeah.
PS2 games do not have trackpad functions.
Makes sense.
Because they did not have a trackpad.
That does make sense.
Okay.
Well, I've got a shotgun now.
That is almost as good as a map. What's on your necklace? It's a crushed flower. It's a crushed flower in resin pen. Got it from, if you know Coherent States on Twitter, she has an Etsy store. And she makes some really, really nice jewelry. Okay. The map should have been when you came in. Do you know where you came from?
I don't know, but it's not. I mean, I'm sure I can find it.
Okay. Well, just like look for the entrance to the hospital, because apparently the map is in like the entrance room. It's very helpful of the monsters to just make like radio tuning noises everywhere they go.
That's your radio.
Why isn't it on in other rooms? So it is
Your
related to the
radio
monster.
plays when there's monsters there.
Well, it's very helpful that monsters are like electromagnetic then.
Yeah, it's okay, and it's static when monsters are nearby.
Weird. Cool.
Yeah,
Weird.
yeah.
It's fight time. It's time to fight. I don't like how her head rings like a bell when you hit her. It's very distressing. Oh, she's up.
Knew it.
They're very like Jacob's Ladder.
Yeah.
I mean, good Jacob's Ladder, obviously, not 2019
I
Jacob's
feel
Ladder.
like we need to see the new one.
Oh god. That fucking CGI demon face from the trailer, it's just like everything in the original Jacob's Ladder is pants-shittingly terrifying. And they've done it all with practical effects and just like messing with the footage. You know? And then like you just see this fucking terrible CGI demon face and you're just like, okay. I want a refund and I haven't even seen it. People seem to be enjoying my impression of Mayor Pete Cumming.
Well, time to come.
Yeah, that's it. That's correct, yes.
Yeah, so I've been all around here and there's just like nothing up here.
Mm.
This is where I kept dying every single time.
I think you should look for a map.
Yeah.
Then you'll actually be able to progress in life.
But I've looked all around this bit and there's been nothing except for one shotgun, I guess.
You said you were on the second floor, right? Wait, is that a bulletin board?
There's nothing on it. It says there's a posting, but there's nothing of interest. It's not really anything of interest.
Ava posted this meme that I've seen before, which has got Yami, Yugi, and Yugi shaking hands. And, you know, Yami Yugi is like a foot taller than Yugi, right? And so it says, I've seen the meme before, and it says 6 foot girls on Yami and then 6 foot guys on Yugi. Only she's changed it to say 6-inch girls and 6-inch guys. And she's replied to herself, "There's no typo," and then like that was all 2 hours ago, and she just had to reply to herself again. "Since you still aren't getting this, this is about dick size." It's so good. All right. Come hang out. We're in Brookhaven Hospital, and we need all the help we can get. That's the real villain. I think it really holds up what I was saying about like graphics in relation to this game. Like I do just remember as being like way more.
There is stuff that really gets you though.
Totally, especially the FMVs, Full Metal Velma. But like, I don't know, just the gameplay footage itself, like, is... They've done a good job with the mist and the darkness of, like, disguising it super well so that it becomes way more timeless.
Right, yeah, exactly.
But, especially now you're actually playing it, I'm like, eh. I'm like, eh. Like that.
Not even an uninteresting bulletin board here.
Thanks for the follow. No, it was gone before I could read it. I'm not going to try and read any more usernames after this. That was my one attempt and I failed. It's too late. This Pepsi with the ice is really fucking good. I'm a genius, is what I'm saying.
Pepsi.
I invented Pepsi, and I'm a genius.
You're just excited that we've got a working freezer again.
Yes. Of course. Hey, Logan. I don't know if people know this, but Pepsi was invented after the invention of the fridge, and Coke was invented before, and so Coke was invented to be drunk at room temperature, and that's why room temperature Coke tastes the same as ice cold Pepsi.
But I feel like the recipes surely would have changed since then.
A bit, but it
So,
still
like-
holds true. You can try it.
Right.
Like, yeah. And that's also why most people are just say that Pepsi just isn't good, or like there's no competition, it's clearly Coke or whatever. It's because ice cold Coke is a different thing entirely and is better than room temperature Coke, but like the sweetness of like Pepsi by comparison is just like, even while cold, is too much for a lot of people. Yo, do you wanna maybe
I'm playing the game.
go get a map?
Let me play the game, please.
Wow. Hey, so it inspired me to go through Last of Us 2 halfway through. Oh, Last of Us 1. Oh, okay, cool. Halfway through so far. Cool. Yeah. I saw that Last of Us 2 was coming out, so I got Last of Us. Or I put Last of Us 1 on my wish list, and then I enjoyed it so much I just bought Last of Us 2 immediately when it came out then. Had a lot of fun with it. It was really good. No, I'm sure the combination is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're getting owned online right now.
That's not possible.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's good to know. The combination is actually just all the digits of pi. It just takes a little while to put in.
That sounds terrible.
It's a long game, okay? Cool, keep going down. Lady Knight the Brave shouted out your Last of Us 2 and Catherine vids. I don't know who that is. I'm gonna go have a look. Thanks for telling me. That's nice. I did get a couple more comments on my Catherine vids recently, so maybe that's why. Lady Knight the Brave. Well, she follows me. Oh yeah, she tagged me, okay. I see. Yeah, I see this now. That's cool. That's probably where the map is.
I'm not sure that this is where I came from.
Either way, if you're on the ground floor, that's probably the entrance. I don't know. You're meant to be looking for a bulletin board, either way.
Okay.
Because I know the map is up on a bulletin board,
Right.
so just... that one... That
Oh boy,
that one?
I
No.
wish the camera...
That looks like a map. Right? No? Okay. That's just nothing. Oh boy. Oh boy. I love to play video games. This is an experience, huh? Usually I really appreciate unconventional media takes of whatever kind. But I saw someone say tank controls were good, and I was ready to kill.
Not really anything of interest on this bulletin board.
Congrats.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Yes! I presumably walked straight past it.
One man once died, but did you know that he could read all our minds? Why does Lady Knight the Brave have 50k subs but has like fewer than a third as many followers as I do on Twitter? That's so weird. I always find it really weird how like YouTube to Twitter converts. Like
Yeah, it's
Mia
not-
had more followers on Twitter by a really huge margin for a long time. I think she's overtaken on YouTube now, but like I just find that so strange.
Where are you planning to go?
Nowhere.
But we haven't found Laura yet.
Okay, fine. I'll carry
better not go out there.
looking around the hospital.
Tank controls could theoretically be good, but I don't think the right game has been made.
I'm sure someone could make them good.
I feel like if you're sprinting, right, then like having your right be to turn right. If as like a basis your character is just constantly sprinting, like it's a racing game or something,
Right.
then just having your controls be turn right and turn left isn't
Yeah.
such a bad
Yeah.
thing. But yeah, it's basically like when you need to just be able to turn around and go this way, you want to just pull on the controller and walk towards the camera,
Yeah.
obviously. But like if your game is unlikely to want you to do that, for example, if you were in a racing thing, you were just like forward, forward, forward all the time. I don't know. Nightmare. Nightmare controls. Bad game, 0 out of 10. My opinion will now be the definitive opinion on Silent Hill 2. Everyone will agree with me from now on. Have you heard of freezing your shoes to make them bigger?
What?
You know how water expands when it freezes?
Yeah.
Because of the crystalline structure of ice. So if you put a bag full of water in your shoes if they are slightly too tight, and then you put them in the freezer, you can expand them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I guess probably work best with like leather shoes and stuff.
Yeah, I think it's one of these like kind of old-fashioned practices
Yeah.
from when freezers were pretty new, but like people still mostly wore leather shoes. I know. I just know my dad did it at least one time.
Right. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that before.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I do imagine with like trainers or whatever, you'd probably be damaging the fabric a whole bunch by just freezing them.
Yeah. And
Then again, they could
just
probably
any
go through
kind
the
of
washing
shoe
machine.
where you expect to be able to like wear it in,
Uh-huh.
then that would probably be suitable, I guess. But you don't think of trainers as like a kind of shoe that you would wear in because kind of is what it is. It, like stuff will get stretched out and things over time, but
Yeah. Hello, I'm a Curio subscriber and I didn't know y'all did streams. That's because you're a fake fan. I've made some posts about it. Like, I also put it in the Q&A vid.
oh yeah.
So, fake fan. Fake fan.
Stop.
Everyone shame the fake fan.
Stop.
No, I mean, there's no reason to know, really.
Yeah.
It's whatever. Never heard of freezing your shoes, but I have heard of putting damp newspaper into them overnight to soften the leather and make them more stretchy. Interesting. I hadn't heard of that. Yeah, I think the tricky part is like to fill up the shoes with, you know, plastic bag and then like fill it up with watertight, but filled up enough that the expanding of the water as it freezes will actually do something to the shoe.
Any numbers in here?
Any numbers? Oh, you're looking for the combination of the thing?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just so everyone knows, this, I don't know if this is a new development since probably because we've not been doing it that long, but we've had a long gap since the last spooky stream. At some point during this stream, there'll be a noise outside, and I'll go get a big box, and it's a box of fruit and vegetables that we have delivered every Saturday now. It's one of this like, the supermarket rejected these, and you can rescue them, these services, but like, you know, I doubt the usefulness or whatever of that, and it's obviously a capitalist solution to a capitalist problem, but I'm not really getting it for any of that. I'm getting it because the obligation of having fruits and vegetables to eat is the only way that I'm ending up getting, you know, 5 fruit and veg a day that I should have been getting my whole life and I never ever have.
It's not even 5, is it?
But just a good amount of nutrition, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, if I had to plan these meals and on top of planning the meals, decide to get nutrition? No, God. No. But just like having a bunch of fruits and vegetables we need to use. PogChamp.
PogChamp? Why won't it let me save?
Thinks you're a cuck.
What the hell?
The game thinks you're cucked.
It can't just do that, can it?
Yeah.
Like, that's really mean.
No. No.
Didn't like it.
Oh, well. You know. That's how it is, though.
It is what it is.
I am what I am. I've,
There's a bit of red paper that should let me save. The
yeah,
hell?
it should. What criteria did the fruit and vegetables fail to get rejected?
Oh, I needed the light on.
Size or color, generally speaking. So they're just perfectly good, but they're just not, like... supermarkets like to stock stuff that's the right size and color.
Apparently it's lots of stuff that's like would be going to restaurants and stuff right now, but loads of restaurants
Oh, yeah. That is true. Because I was wondering about the avocados. Like, avocados are rarely the wrong size or color for supermarkets. Like,
those ones were like not like they were quite different to ones that I've seen in the supermarkets before anyway.
I don't think so.
Like they had sort of weird ridges on them and they were small.
Oh, okay.
Like nothing wrong with them, they're nice.
They're not conventionally attractive enough. Yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
basically.
Yeah, that's right. Morgan said they failed the written exam. Impossible beauty standards. Supermarkets getting cancelled today.
Okay, so I'm realising that I've been walking around with my flashlight off, which means that I probably wasn't able to
That's kind
see
of
a whole
fucked.
bunch of stuff, which is really annoying.
That's fucked.
So I'm just gonna go everywhere all over again.
That's extremely fucked. I'm very sorry that you've been through that experience. Tell me when you're despairing and in need of directions again.
So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him
You're reading off the
painfully
screen, Jesus Christ.
into the world of our own reality?
You phrase like political takes like this all the time. Like, so why? I ask myself. I thought you were leading up to something about like Elon Musk or something. That was wild. One man.
Key to that box.
one
What
side.
box? Where's the box?
But did you know that he could read all our minds?
Da 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 da.
Gotta learn the next line.
Da 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 da.
Gotta learn the next line. Oh. JFK.
So did I get the key from the box for the box, or is it just that in the letter that someone else got the key for the box?
That would kind of blow.
I think it was the second one.
That sucks.
I agree.
Not really sure we want vegetables to be sexy. Hard disagree from my end there. Oh! That's the problem with ice. Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck! I was tricked! Terrible. Just terrible.
Ooh.
Oh.
What?
Ayo! Jack Davis.
There you go.
Oh my god. Oh, these notes are all going to be depressing. Okay. Very cool. That sucks. Did I say Joseph Barkin?
Yeah.
Wow. What a name to give to a fictional asylum inmate. That sucks. It's kind of rude, really.
Oh, this is the little. That's like a curtain window that you can see on the other side as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh.
like our
Oh.
kitchen.
Oh. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. I wish you wouldn't stand in the way of everything I want to look at.
Yeah, women.
Always in the way.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like that's what's convenient about writing women into your stories. They can just do crazy bullshit all the time for no reason because
Like
that's
standing in front of cupboards.
what women are for. Yeah, they can just serve as an obstacle. Add to the challenge. It's good, really. It's what players want. No, Reindeer Kurt, the real horror of this game is the camera.
Yeah.
It's definitely the camera. The camera is definitely the most horrifying thing, by far. There's something very mesmerizing about the sound of the game. Like, it doesn't really have... Like, the music's very, very quiet. His walking is so constant and so rhythmic. Like, I'm not really sure I'd call it eerie, which I feel like is what it's going for, but it's very, very mesmerizing. Like... The real horror is the friends we made along the way. That's true.
There's more?
Yeah, they're doing a little jiggly dance. See? Just jiggling.
Yeah.
Just jiggly iggly. Do you have to kill them standing, or can you just like keep whacking them when they're on the floor until they're done?
I just always seem to get back up again.
Well, just keep whacking.
We do that and then we get back up again.
Keep going.
That's just surely too many.
Okay, they died. I'm sorry I put your pronouns as she, the Y before.
It's okay. Okay, now I've got my torch on. Will I see anything? Magazine that won't do me any good.
You are actually seeing stuff. No, this is so annoying.
I did see that before, but I didn't see this before.
Okay.
Examination room key.
A key.
Yes! A key.
Woo. That's a key, baby. Baby.
Baby. Is that where I just came from?
Oh. Washington. 6'8", weighs a fucking ton. Opponents beware. He's coming. Let me lay it on the line. He has 2 on the vine. He has 2 sets of testicles, so divine. Did you used to know all the words to that?
I knew all those words.
Oh.
Not all of them.
I just feel like you said that you and Rach used to sing it all the way through.
Are you thinking of the... ¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
No, I know you know that. The whirring, buzzing noise, the static from the radio is an auto-tuned dental drill. Really? That's wild. Foley is such an interesting thing, like creating sounds that like register as something much better than the actual sound would register as.
Yeah.
You know that the what is it? The bald eagle cry that you always hear from like, you know, America shit, like is it's like the red sparrowhawk or something like this.
Huh.
It's a much smaller bird, but it's just got like a very like nice, like threatening predator bird cry.
That's funny.
That really sounds like what you're expecting from that. Yeah.
Is this the examination room?
Well, you've got handgun bullets. If you check your map, you can probably see whether it's the examination room. Also, you can probably just go to the examination room.
Yeah.
Oh. Washington. 12 stories high, made of radiation. The past beware, the future beware. He's coming. I love Washington, 6'20", fucking killing for fun.
I think they just wouldn't let me onto this bit until I had the key for the examining room, which is this.
Well, is this the examining room?
Yeah.
Well, then yeah, they wouldn't let you
No, but
into the...
they wouldn't let me into the hallway that led me to this room.
Huh.
Which seems kind of weird.
Interesting. You sure about that one?
Yeah, because I haven't been able to get through that door before.
Alright.
Maybe I just forgot to try it again.
The classic Godzilla roar was made by rubbing a leather glove over the strings of a double bass. That's really cool.
Wait a minute, what's this? There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint. Yes, numbers! Oh. I know the number of the box.
The box.
8565. But I am.
That's Shadow the Hedgehog.
Really?
I am who I am is who I am.
I am.
No more gods.
I
No more graves.
am.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
It's good shit.
There you go. Now you know. That's what it is.
Fuck yeah.
I hate stock sounds. I've grown to detest the miscellaneous dying scream. Do you mean the Wilhelm scream? I imagine you probably do. Now I imagine Godzilla dressed in leather.
8565.
I imagine that every day. 8565.
8565.
8565.
8565.
I'm sure we'll remember.
We'll find out.
It's not hard. 7923.
What's that?
That was the combination.
8565.
What? You're gonna have to go back. No, it genuinely is a really easy one. There's only 4 numbers. 2 of them insane.
I don't like these ones with weapons.
You're like, this isn't fair. They should be able to fight me back.
Yes. You should not.
Is it only me that didn't know Godzilla was a dude this whole time? I guess I assumed it because of male normativity in society. There isn't a good reason to, but I did just assume that. A lot of people still don't know Raptor is female. My friend, I don't know if she still does this, but she she carried a piece of paper in her wallet as an antinatalist piece of propaganda to remind her that if she ever felt broody, it's not a good reason to have babies. The piece of paper reads, "Godzilla was a baby once." It's true. It's true.
I'm glad I got the health kit.
Aw. Aw. Okay, I was misreading. I thought it said the lock is broken. It can't open up. I was like, wow, me.
Lapis eye key.
I didn't say if she ever feels breedy. I said if she ever feels broody.
What's breedy?
Well, clearly it's the same, but creepier.
Get out of the way.
I can't believe they put an inn, like a tavern in Witcher 1 called the Hairy Bear Inn.
That's cute.
I'm like, CD Projekt has a history of signaling that they're queer allies. There's the cross-dressing elf in Witcher 3. You know, early on in the game, you help out that hunter and he tells you he's gay. In Witcher 1, there's the Hairy Bear Inn, which is very clearly a gay hookup spot. CD Projekt management are not good people, sadly. I mean, they're billionaires, I think, so it's like, yeah, inherently, yes. I was just reading up about the conflict between them and Sapkowski for my Witcher kids. It's just really sad because it feels like the Witcher games are so directly inspired by like the passion of a group of nerds who love the Witcher books, and then like for them to have this IP dispute over like royalties, having essentially like conned him in the first place, and then they're just having this dispute, and they had to like write a public statement to their investors to try and save money. It's just disgusting. Like it just sucks so much to like, you know, make this series of games because you like love the franchise and you love the world, and then like, great, you've gotten the rights to do it, you know, you got to meet with the writer, that's amazing, cool, good for you, and then like it comes to it a couple of years later and you're writing basically like, you know, this guy's crazy, he's got no rights to try and get a better deal off us, don't worry, we won't lose any money, please invest. It's just like, fuck off. That's so incredibly skeevy and also just sad. Like that's what I'm trying to get at, just like that's just sad.
the other side.
And she's like standing with
Yeah.
with hands on hips, just like, yeah, okay, James, alright.
We get it.
You're finally here, alright now. Fuck. Took you long enough.
You're a big tough guy. Go do your thing.
Whacking the nurse with a big stick. I liked in Witcher when Yennefer said to Geralt, but please go ahead, tell me how stuff works. I thought that was a great line. It's very like pop feminism to get your fictional character to accuse another fictional character of mansplaining, but like it is just a great line, tell me how stuff works.
Yeah.
It's just like the delivery is fantastic as well. Alright, you shift up here. I need to be next to the laptop plug. I'm gonna get the walkthrough up on the laptop. Ah!
Did it
Knocked over your
spill?
Pepsi.
No.
It's alright, you just play the game. I'll mop this up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not the end of the world.
Ugh. Ugh.
Blah.
Well, that's annoying.
Alright.
It's alright. It's not a big deal. Like I said. Right.
Interesting. The cover of the elevator's call button.
Uh-huh.
It's locked and I can't get it open.
Oh.
But maybe at some point I will be able to.
I would not trust taking an elevator in this building
Me neither.
in real life. But this is a simulated man.
Yeah.
He's a fake boy.
It's okay. I can play fast and loose with his health.
Just throw him down an elevator shaft. Cancel James with an elevator shaft. Do it. Okay. I linked 2 articles about them and an interview I translated clumsily on Discord. I'm not sure if you saw them or care. I care. I'll have a look. That's that sounds
Yeah,
super
cool.
interesting. For me, what they say is a large deal because of horrifying things that are happening. I think that's pretty fair. There's obviously like someone involved in like the writing of the games who cares and like wants to fight, wants to show their allyship for queer people, but like it does really seem like their management are a bunch of shit heels. And there are still several smacks to the face with my golf club to collect. What is it James has?
Steel pipe.
Steel pipe. I thought it was just wood. Just some wood.
I switched out from oh no. They got her.
They got her. Oh, you can't let them get her. Perfect. Silent Hill 2 Walkthrough. Okay. Are you wanting those directions now?
Well,
I'll just let you meander around
I
for a little.
I need to do some stuff again now, don't I?
Oh, beans. I cannot fucking believe that we just fully have Russiagate people now. Like, it's just embarrassing.
We have.
I know we had, like, people, I don't know, yeah. Okay, I know we had it to some degree before. I'm just... But fully, like, trying to blame the election loss on Russia. It's just so embarrassing. I don't know. It's just embarrassing.
Well, it's so funny because it's obviously like it's the same people who like really fucking hated Corbyn as well. So it's
Yes.
like, well, okay,
Like,
so
well, you could have like fucking canvassed for him, and you could have like tried hard, and you could have had the tricky conversation with the Conservatives in your life, and gotten them to fucking vote for Labour instead. And now you've just, and now it's just all about proving that Corbyn lost because of Russia. Like, the day after the election, all these fucking threads from smug liberals being like, this is Corbyn's fault for not being electable enough. Yeah. And it's like, well...
But their issue is with the referendum in the first place.
I know, still.
Rather than Corbyn losing, because they don't feel bad about Corbyn losing.
I know, it's just disgusting though. Also with, like, Starmer, supposedly being the unity candidate. We've been saying this before.
Yeah.
But, like, what he's actually doing is just alienating the hell out of the people that Corbyn won over.
Yeah.
It's just embarrassing. God, Starmer fucking sucks. I'm considering... For those who I haven't said to already, I'm considering making a video and putting Joe Biden and Keir Starmer in the thumbnail and calling it "They made politics boring again" (brackets) and now they can get away with anything, because I really just feel like that's just exactly it. Like, so many people, so many liberals now talking about, like, it doesn't matter what you think of Starmer's policies, he'll be electable, so that's all that matters. And it's like, what? It doesn't matter what his policies are? He's electable? What? Like, why? Why even vote for him then? What's even, like, better about him compared to the Tories then? If you just have to, like... If you literally just have to... I don't know, it's just baffling to me. And yet, at the same time, I do obviously know exactly what, It's the human nature part that's baffling to me, not the political science part. I know exactly what the positioning is. It strains credulity for me that libs can be this much of an organised front of dipshits. Yeah, to put it simply, I think it sucks. It stonks. It just stonks. Okay. Have you gotten the examination key again now?
I think so.
Yeah, Goblin Breakfast raising a good point. Like, it's really weird with... It's like, playing as a trans character in Cyberpunk is going to be a big deal, but it's like, with the context of Poland, I can completely understand this. Like, as the context of Poland, like, with what's going on in Poland right now, and the people in CD Projekt not condemning it, not actually, like, speaking up about the actual situation, like... Yeah, it feels like...
But profiting off queerness in their
right,
games,
it's like...
yeah.
it's like to people outside of Poland, it's gonna be a big deal that a AAA game is letting you play as a trans character, and at the same time, like, I can completely get that. Like, it's gonna be impossible for someone in Poland to actually enjoy the game with that context. Yeah. I just don't. That's another one. Like, again, like, yes, I do get why it's the profit motive, but like, it just strains credulity for me. Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you, bothering to make this game and demonstrate your allyship in this hollow way? To CD Projekt, we're just a cash in. Well, that's one of the things I find hard to get. Like, I think that, for example, the demonstration of allyship in Witcher isn't a cash in because no one really noticed, and they didn't make a big deal of it. So it doesn't really feel like a cash in if no one's talking about it, right? With Cyberpunk, I'd say that makes a lot more sense because it has actually like been the front page of every gaming site every time there's like a development on the genitals creator. Like, there actually feels like a much more like it.
More showy.
Yeah. Are you okay?
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes the colored lighting makes it hard to read your expression. So you just like look across at me blankly, but it's like bathed in red, furious light, and I'm like, what? It's like Mandy. They want to imprison people for celebrating Halloween? What?
Jesus.
God, Poland's fucked. What the fuck? Why? Is that just like a Christian conservative thing? That's so ridiculous. What the fuck? I remember them putting out those ads a few years ago that were just like really intensely focusing on how Poland did nothing wrong in the Holocaust. It was just the Nazi occupation. Yeah. And it's just exorcisms are still a thing. Fucking hell. Yeah, but yeah, it was just like, it was so transparently that like canary in the coal mine of fascism, where it's like, yeah, when a country tries to pretend it has never done any fascism, that's because of fascists right now trying to launder their own reputation. My mind hand touched a hot anxiety stove. That's a good line. Alright, let's try and focus on Spooky Game. Need a little bit of a break from the intense situation. It's definitely my mind hand touching a hot anxiety stove. It does keeping me up a bit, so. I love this dress, but I hate how when I sit on top of my legs like this, they get incredibly sweaty. It's just a horrible feeling. Do you not have that with like your bare legs crossed like that?
Yeah, sometimes.
Just like in the inside of your knee?
Yeah.
It just really bothers me. I don't know how it doesn't really bother you. If you want to delete a message, mods can do it for you, I think. Remember the Shadow the Hedgehog note?
This one.
Is that the one? Yes. I was clearly just remembering the room, and I...
Bring it back up for Econendy's benefit.
I am who I am is who I am.
I am.
No more gods.
I am.
No more graves. I love Shadow the Hedgehog so much.
Okay.
It was such a treat playing that through with Jess on the end of the week-long stream. That was absolutely magical.
Yeah. That was such a treat. It was such a nice way to end it.
Gotta love the channel point name, but holy fuck the pricing. Did I name the channel points? I thought I'd forgotten to do that. Guys, what's the channel points called? Fuck! Completely forgotten. I'm having a panic right now. I'm rushing to the to my Twitch to Shadow the Hedgehog is a true ally. Oh, I named it Genders? That's good. Okay, I thought I'd forgotten to do that.
Stop.
Also, I titled the stream Spooky Stream 3 Revenge of the Stream, and I think that's one of my best stream titles ever, to be honest. I think that's just really fun.
Why will they not stay?
At the bottom of the stream points tab, it's got how to earn genders. That's a bit like Tony the Tiger, right? I should add some extra channel points rewards like Lily has. She has you can redeem channel points for making her hydrate. That's fun. She has one that's just called Evil. Highlight my message for 10,000 genders. Genders. Blam.
Blam!
Blam! I fully don't recognize what the badge is that I've got on my username there.
Huh?
I've clearly fucked up because I don't recognize my own subscribe badge. I've done something wrong here. Okay. We'll take a mid-stream break in about half an hour or so, I reckon. Because then we'll have been going for about 2 hours. Oh, or maybe 45 minutes, according to the timer on Streamlabs. We're only going an hour and a quarter. Okay. Still have 107,000 genders after this message. Oh my god. You better buy some... Oh, unlock some emotes or something.
There will be gender hyperinflation.
Gender hyperinflation is a fetish.
I sure hope so.
What the fuck? I can't unlock emotes, I'm subscribed. You're subscribed tier 1 though, right? So you should be able to unlock the other tier 2 and tier 3 emotes, surely.
I hope everyone's enjoying it.
gonna make a mod for Silent Hill 2 where when James dies, he uses Shadow the Hedgehog's lines. No! Not here! Damn it! Men, forgive me. I just think that would be excellent. I just think James gets fucking slain by Pyramid Head and he goes, damn it!
No, not here.
Men, forgive me. Maria! Maria. It would work though, because James's wife is called Maria, right?
Ah.
Who he came to Silent Hill to find? Is that not?
I don't remember
Okay.
her name, but...
You're wiggling around a little bit like you need to pee. Do you need to pee?
Yeah, I need to pee. Yeah, okay, maybe I need to pee.
What?
Right, I'm gonna go do that right now.
Oh, jeez. Well, you know what I'm gonna do then? I'm gonna not make it any easier on you by by progressing the game for you. I'm just gonna leave it on lo-fi instead. How's everybody doing? How is everyone? Ugh, I seriously do love this dress. It's so good. Okay. Let's try and fix that though. But how? Like that maybe. How's that look? Still too low. Terrible. We'll find the right middle ground soon. Okay. There we go. How's everybody doing? Doing gaily, thank you for asking. Well, now I'm glad I asked. Worried about fake goblins. Rude. I swear to God, if I could tear down 3 of the 4 walls of this building, the flies still wouldn't find the exit. Jesus, is that relatable? We've got like a skylight, so you need to almost like, you can like invert the skylight, like turn it all the way around for cleaning the window, and you need to almost completely do that just to get flies to figure out how to leave. It's so fucking annoying. Anyway, I'm gonna take a 10-minute break now. I'm just gonna switch Bernie on. There's Bernie. We'll be back in 10 minutes, okay? Everyone go get yourself water and stuff, and we'll see you in 10. Bye for now. Hey everybody!
Yo.
We're just enjoying a quick snack, but we're here to chat. Lorcan, I saw your message about the desk and having been working at the kitchen table all day every day, and that's very relatable. Our place isn't that big either, and we've I've been working from home all the time that I've been doing YouTube, and it's very hard to negotiate that work-life balance in the home space. Natalie's nodding right now. She asked to not have the camera on because she's eating, but then she's being silent, which is really cool. That's kind of what you ideally just want.
Exactly. Kind of ideal stream environment.
Right, to be neither seen nor heard.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
You get it.
It's very cool.
You get it.
Okay. How's everybody doing? Did you all go get a cup of water like I told you to? Or have you been neglectful?
If you didn't, oh,
I won't be mad. I'll just be disappointed. Natalie's just vibing with the lo-fi.
Exactly.
Natalie's vibing all day, every day. That's kind of her thing.
all I do is vibe. We're laughing because of how true this is.
You're a Vanite. Vibing, not in education, employment, or training.
Yeah.
Well, you all have a minute or two to still go get your cup of water and stay hydrated before we start up again. You better not be going and taking care of your material, biological needs while I am streaming. You better not be taking care of your health while I'm streaming. You gotta do it in the break. I'd say a smoothie counts. I'll fucking hydrate. Nat should join a union.
I have. That's what I've been doing. London Renters Union stuff.
Yeah. I don't think they meant,
Now I figure.
I think they meant against me, the oppressive boss.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. You like being bullied too much, though. You like the snake flag that just says tread on me. But yeah, Natalie's been working with the London Renters Union. For anyone watching who is in London, please join the London Renters Union. They are fighting back against unfair evictions, which is all evictions.
Yeah.
And they're actually trying to put an end to Section 28 so that landlords can't evict people. We're actually going to be going to a stall for the London Renters Union trying to get people to sign up in Lewisham tomorrow. And for everyone else who isn't a Londoner, just look into your local tenants union. Very, very important. It can make a huge difference, both to your life and also you can make a huge difference by being there.
Solidarity. I know that.
Hell yeah, unions. Hey, Jess. Okay, you ready for camera again?
Yeah.
Okay. You gotta click the little eye next to Bernie in the middle panel. Bernie, and then across, and then I. Yep. And
Whoa.
then hit the transition button.
Transition.
Did you give this track a listen? Did you love it? Did you hate it? What would you rate it? Do you want we'll have another break in a little bit and have some ice cream. But for now, back to Silent Hill.
Woo! You can just have the ice cream after.
Also true, also valid. I don't feel like I want to wait that long.
Well, then we can have it there.
Okay, so now go to live screen.
Oh, I forgot about that bit. Live.
Yeah, showing the game on stream. Bottom left. Live screen. Transition.
Woo! Do it again. You know you wanna.
Did you give this track a listen? Did you love it? Did you hate it? What would you rate it? You don't have to put trans in transition. Transition is a trans joke on its own. What are you doing? That's really a hat on a hat there.
But you can't emphasize it otherwise.
Lo-fi
because
still
you've just been saying it. Shit! Fucking hell!
Fuck! It's the green one. It's the green one.
Mm.
There you go. Beautiful.
Woohoo! Okay. Okay.
Good job. You nailed it.
God, I'm good at this.
As someone who is frequently mad and always balding, can we please not say molding in my chat? I am very sensitive to this specific piece of internet slang. I don't approve of it.
Lo-fi beats to escape a haunted town.
Nice. There is like a lo-fi thing I was messing around with before that's called lo-fi brackets just for ghosts.
That's cute.
Yeah. So there's another one like lo-fi just for vampires. That's quite fun as well.
I see. This is a reference to Thought Slime's.
So-called
There's,
slime. You mean Mr. Thought Slime to you?
That was so incredible.
It was so embarrassing to be saying
yeah.
Mr. Thought Slime every time, and then like
And to be
I didn't think it could get more embarrassing, and then he insists that like working class people want to be out of the slime, so slime is offensive to the working class.
Yeah, like you can tell that Thought Slime's politics aren't sincere or good because he has slime in his background and has named himself Thought Slime because
It's like
he's a young person on the internet.
First of all, that little creep, tried to insist that Matt hadn't worked fast food. That was fucking ridiculous. And then really told on himself with...
Showed his whole entire ass.
Really told on himself with, I worked at a sandwich shop in university.
For a summer.
For a summer, right. But even besides really telling on himself like that...
I was blown away.
When he was talking about working class people wanting to get out of the slime, he talked about America's bad infrastructure and dirt and all this, and he showed a picture of a car overturned on a wrecked street that was so obviously from a tornado. Like, it couldn't more clearly have been from a tornado. And he's just like, America's bad infrastructure. And it's like, disaster response is infrastructure, but when you're just talking about like being dirty, it's not like right? And then even besides that, it's just like, actually, in terms of working class solidarity, a lot of people do relate to like, being dirty, being poor,
Yeah,
being
even
like
if people want to escape it, they still like
people
want
kind
their
of relate to
reality
being a sort of like,
represented.
especially kind of on the less woke kind of, not Nazbol exactly, that's very extreme, but like, a little less woke side of things. People kind of relate to being a sort of bag of dirt, if you will, a sort of like
Yeah,
sack
exactly.
of like filth, if
Exactly.
you will.
Like, this
People
is-
are kind of into that, actually. They kind of relate to that. It gives them like a working class solidarity vibe.
Yeah. This is,
To counter the dirtbag left, I'm going to start calling myself the slime funnel left.
This is why like Peter and Angie called and Ashley like called
Low
their-
society
low
pod.
society, right? Like
Exactly,
it's,
that's not
they don't want
offensive
to
to the working class.
Yeah, they don't have we don't have
If anything,
interest in like competing to succeed according to standards of bullshit.
if anything,
meritocracy.
fucking fail son Malpin, him wearing a suit while obviously like sitting on his couch is like alienating to the working class, It's like, why are you wearing a suit, you little fucking ghoul creep? Like, what are you doing? What are you trying to... What cable package are you trying to sell me?
I mean,
like,
if
what upgrade to my pay-as-you-go electricity meter are you trying to scam me into buying, Caleb? Why have you put on this ill-fitting suit and tie and sat on your sofa in front of an obvious fucking... You can see the extension lead dangling down behind him. What are you trying to sell me, dude? Like, what is this? Been on the internet for almost my whole life and I still don't know what a Nazbol is. Nazi? Bolshevik. Bolshevik being communist. That's all there is to it. Literally just... Is a Nazbol not just a tanky? Not exactly. There's heavy overlap, but tankies are apologists for the USSR and other oppressive states such as China, North Korea, that pretend to be communist. So there's obviously enormous overlap, but Nazbols are like specifically like actually trying to talk about the Jewish question and this shit. Like they're actually Nazis, but they try to appeal to a communist audience. I do think like Strasserite is so much overlap that there's basically no difference. Like you could
Right, yeah.
you could reliably call a Nazbol a Strasserite the same thing.
Yeah, I feel
That-
like
there's not-
Strasserite is too like obscure. Like I know people who know the history will like get it, but like I
Well, I
feel
mean,
like it's not very connected.
Reindeer
to it.
Kurt was just saying they didn't know what Nazbol was.
No,
So
it's fair. Yeah.
I don't know if they knew what Strasserite was, but I'm just saying like
Yeah.
Nazbol isn't immediately apparent either.
Yeah.
You have to know what Bolshevik is, and then you're again dealing with like you have to know your history to understand that.
Yeah.
Strasserite is the fancy term after the ideological representative of that relevant Nazi faction in Nazi Germany. Yeah, like the Gregor Strasser, who was the leader of the, or one of the leaders of the Nazi Party when Hitler joined, was trying to focus on getting the working class to rise up and overthrow their Jewish oppressors, and then when with the Night of the Long Knives, Hitler purged Strasser along with the rest of the Nazbols. Ooh, pardon me. Can't believe I'm seeing people like trying to write Medium posts today, trying to defend Strasserism. Literally, like Strasser. It's wild, just wild. I'm not gonna get into it, but I will say it was the lemon turf. And for those who know, you know.
Well, she wasn't writing it; she was sharing it, right?
That's what I said, sharing it.
Right. Okay.
I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to waste more stream time on the lemon turf. But it was the lemon turf. hereafter referred to as the Lemon Nazbol. Oh shit. I told Elwyn that I reminded Elwyn that I had Instagram, and then and now I'm looking at my feed and it's just her liking all my posts of the last 2 months. She's so cute. Nazbol and Turf seem like unsurprising company, since both are internally contradictory. If you actually think things through. Yeah, I mean, but there are a lot of internally contradictory ideologies. That doesn't necessarily put people in a clubhouse together. It's much more about being bigot fascists. That's really all there is to it. Nazbols, like Nazis, want to wipe everyone out. Turfs, I mean, that's why we say, like, cut a turf and a racist bleeds. Like, you find universally that, like, turfs are practicing, like, absolutely gross anti-queer white feminism that doesn't account for black women's experiences, doesn't actually stick up for queer people at all. Pretty much every time it turns out to be liberal feminism that shits all over the working class too. Like, the only place that a turf and a Nazbol wouldn't hold quarter would be that turfs tend to be middle class snobby shitheads who look down on the workers. And then if you're just dealing with a straight Nazi, not a Nazbol, great, they're just getting on like a house on fire. I think that's the fundamental misunderstanding a lot of people have about TERFs, like falling for TERF propaganda. Like, they think that TERFs are just feminists who are, like, have this concern about gender ideology. But the truth is, anyone who's using the term gender ideology in their complaints, in their political, polemic,
already down
is
the rabbit hole.
A professional bigot, if not fascist. And so they, like, they're down a rabbit hole, just like you say, like, so their politics are not going to turn out to be feminist or what have you. Another thing I'm kind of fuzzy on is the difference between radical feminism and TERF ideology specifically. A lot of different things have been called radical feminism, and it also depends on the positioning. Like, if someone on the outside is referring to something as radical, as we know from Bernie Sanders and or even just like centrist Dems, right? Someone on the outside calling them radical, it could mean literally nothing. But
like radical feminists aren't. I'm not that educated on radical feminism. But radical feminists aren't necessarily TERFs, and TERF is like, it's a bit of a fudgy term, but people tend to use it where it's someone using feminism generally to, like, dismiss and attack trans people.
I have a breakdown of this if you...
Yeah.
Okay. So radical feminism has been used primarily by feminists who are focusing on, like, radical politics, like oppression of workers and reproductive labor, because, like, the politics that gets called radical most of the time is far left politics. So in the good case, radical feminists refer to intersectional feminists who care about the left. In the dodgier case, there have been self-identified radical feminists who are, like, actual kill all men types. Which, for my money, is obviously not good feminism. And then, as for trans-exclusionary radical feminists, TERFs named themselves that because they thought it was a flattering, term. Like, they're the ones who really care about feminism. They're the radical feminists, so their trans-exclusionary politics is just a natural part of being a real feminist, right? And then when people, this happens all the fucking time with groups of bigots, when people caught up to them applying the term TERF to mean what their ideology actually is, TERF started considering it a slur and a label intended to demean them. So it's so ridiculous. But yeah, so it's the only place you might really realistically see any overlap is that some TERFs talk like men can't be abused, men can't be raped, women can't rape people, women can't be the abuser, and that might overlap with the dodgier side of radfem. But what I'm trying to get across here crucially is that it's been a label, radical feminist has been a label that's been applied to completely disparate groups that don't have like an overlap themselves. I'm not talking about two sides of the same coin, I'm talking about just different groups entirely. And then as for TERF, you see this often. TERF gets labeled, someone gets labeled as a TERF, and then either they or other people are like, actually then not a feminist. They've never identified as a feminist, so you can't call them a TERF. And the crucial thing there is, I would say, feminism that isn't trans inclusive is dog shit feminism anyway. So I don't really care that much about that end of it, like whether they identify themselves as a feminist, because the term TERF is useful for identifying people who are in certain culty social groups and use very, very, very specific language and anti-trans arguments. Because TERFs universally fall back to an ironclad, rigid set of talking points. Some of them are contradictory against each other, hey-ho, but they always fall back to the same stuff, where you'll hear someone with casual transphobia won't talk that way, you know? Someone who's just casually transphobic, you will talk to them, and if you really get into it, get into the weeds, it's much more likely they just have questions. And if they're not feeling defensive and they're not being a bit of an egregious dickhead, you can just talk to them and figure things out. Whereas TERFs come with this set of prepackaged, absolutely gibberish arguments to do with concern trolling. What about the children? Won't somebody think of the children and all this fucking shit? So yeah, that's my breakdown of it. TERF is kind of synonymous with transphobe at this point. TBH, I've seen a lot of clearly not feminist people called TERFs. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I just think that, but I do just think that
people use it in kind of messy ways.
If you've got your Venn diagram, obviously in this Venn diagram, TERF is just entirely inside transphobe, because there aren't TERFs who aren't transphobes. But the people who are outside of that, people we imagine as being not feminists, but they're transphobes, are or they're not TERFs, but they're transphobes. You imagine people who are just kind of trans panic, kind of harassing trans people they see in public, but just out of a basic bigotry and fear of queerness. Like I say, I guess I just on a good day, I would hope that any person on a good day who isn't feeling, and they're not feeling defensive, and they're sitting down with someone they trust, can just be talked through stuff and will just come to understand this stuff. The reason I say any person, but I don't believe this to be true of TERFs, is because I believe TERFs are fascists, and I believe fascism is antithetical to humanity itself. When people get organized into these groups, these fascist groups, that give you just a bunch of fucking talking points and bullshit, internally contradictory arguments, to try and troll your way through a conversation, in other words, to shut down that human response of just talking things through and learning and growing, that's fascism, and that's, as I say, just inhuman.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Oh yeah, one last note would be, Pink News interviewed an ex-TERF.
Amy
James,
Dryas?
I want to ask you
Is that it? Dryas?
Something like that?
What if,
I know it's Amy something.
Dias?
what
It might be
if you
Dias.
find Mary?
And
What do you do?
the article, if you want to look it up, is called something like Gender Critical Movement is a Cult. And she just
Mary,
talks
not
through...
Maria.
No. No. The woman he works with is called Mary. His wife he came looking for is called Maria.
Oh, okay.
This isn't an accident. This is part of the, like, spooky dream
But
world.
she just said, what if you can't find Mary?
Then the other way around, sorry.
Or is maybe that's the little girl?
I'm gonna have to look this up. This is embarrassing.
I'll be okay soon.
Yeah, look up the article.
Did you find
Gender Critical Movement is a cult. She talks about how, like, she had...
I want to ask you something. What if you can't
She talks
find
about how
Mary?
she had
What
her...
will you do?
She had, like, fears to do with, like, the lesbian community being infiltrated and abused, kind of implanted in her, and then, like, those fears were, like, stoked and manipulated to get her to be a token lesbian figurehead that people could point to and be like, look, it's lesbians like this we're protecting from the insidious, creepy men. And she talked about people, like, them wanting to, like, fly her around the world to different events. Because it's crucial to remember, there is, like, Christian conservative, like, American evangelical money behind the gender critical movement, and that they are actually just fully funded the same way as, like, Dave Rubin or whatever other insidious ghoul shit show.
Right, and they're also, like, not as big as they seem because they are just, like, totally obsessed.
Right, they have that money, exactly. It's just like they have that money, they can just fly people around to their little sad fucking turf birthday party, right? And it's like, when J.K. Rowling says that she got 3,000 emails from concerned women, it's like, no, you fucking didn't. You got 3,000 emails from, like, 200 turfs sending 10 emails each, and then maybe some people who've fallen for turf bullshit. It's just not the same fucking thing.
I could believe that she got 3,000 emails and I could believe that, like, that is the sum total of the turf.
You believe every turf emailed her?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's another way of looking at it, for sure. I mean, the way around I would imagine it would be there were 200 turfs sending 10 emails each, but each one of those 200 turfs are the more invested ones who represent, 10 other less invested turfs.
Yeah, sure.
So the movement's a
kind
bit
of
bigger, but it's
works out to the same
the
thing.
people who actually, like, care are much smaller.
Save.
Very exciting for you. Polarizing your agenda makes us acceptable trans people look like a joke. Huh.
Politicizing.
Politicizing. Oh. Interesting. Got a clown in chat.
For what they even...
Sorry, that's just
What do they
a
even
very,
mean?
very silly thing to say. Thanks for the ban, Goblin.
That's acceptable.
What? Politicizing, like, oh my god.
Like it's not political.
For those who for those who might not have the argument to immediately respond to this, next time you encounter a little charmer like Mike here, everything is political, but specifically the existence of oppressed people is political, is incredibly political.
Just take them through that fucking conversation you had in the D&D group earlier. Like,
Right.
what more perfect of a summary is that?
Yeah, I mean, so I had this thing I posted in a Facebook group about D&D earlier. I won't get into the weeds of it, but basically, like, then there was this argument, and there were people who were trying to say, well, you might not be able to laugh and block people all the time, and suppose you want to actually talk things through. There were people who were saying that, hey, this is a D&D group, we don't want to talk about this debate. It's the same as with climate denial. When people treat climate denial like it's an acceptable position, that is also climate denial. When people treat Holocaust denial like it's an acceptable position, that's also Holocaust denial, just a softer form of it. When people talk like it's the gender debate, right, and not just trans people existing, that's still just oppressing trans people. That's still just trying to drive trans people out of public life. Anyway, the thing I wanted to say was read Frantz Fanon, Black Skin, White Masks. It's fantastic, and he talks. I don't know if he talks in there. I think he talks in there. It's his main work, but like about this thing, the zone of non-being, where you have you have an identity. In his case, he's talking about blackness as an identity, right? And society treats it like it's not a valid identity. Society treats it like it doesn't exist, or like it couldn't be valid or real. Are you gonna try 8565?
I did it on the other one.
Oh, the door.
There was another lock on this,
Okay.
but I'm gonna try it as on this one.
Anyway, Fanon talks about this zone of non-being, and it's like, what's that on the wall? That's writing on the wall. There's writing on the wall.
What is it though?
Jelly 12. There is no acceptable minority. That is exactly it. So it's just that society treats everything like you should be like the majority group, whether that's
Everyone
the ruling
else
class,
is a
whether that's
failed-
white people, men, cis people, heterosexuals, able-bodied, skinny people, right?
Yeah.
It's always you should be like these people. So, Fanon also talks about like money whitens, right? So like when people get more power, it's both because they engage in that system of acting like the powerful groups, and also when they do it, they then have to act more like the powerful groups to retain their power. So, it whitens. But yeah, on the zone of non-being, it's just this idea that like you are treated like you can't exist. You're denied recognition in the Hegelian sense. And then Fanon talks about a lot of interesting kind of philosophy and thoughts built off that. So I'd really recommend people to read about it, because it's like, it's not a complete cohesive thing on its own. It's just a starting point. But the book is great, and Fanon is great, and folks should read it. Natalie had a copy of Black Skin, White Masks. I read it. She's never read it.
I've read the start of it, but I can't read.
You can read, you just don't read.
Yeah, but
No reason to argue with those in bad faith. There are reasons sometimes to argue with people who are acting in bad faith, to do with other people who might see it, for example. And I'm just trying to.
Bad faith breaks down as well.
True.
Like people.
Yeah, sometimes you can just win
Very
people's.
frequently, people will enter a conversation a certain way, and
You just treat them like they're having a normal conversation, and unless
get
they're
embarrassed out
a
of
really
it.
dedicated troll, they just don't stick to it. Yeah.
Obviously, there's lots of really dedicated
Totally.
trolls out there. So
Totally.
Yeah.
But just for everyone's sake, if you were if you're wondering about like what you would say, it's that the existence of minority identities is obviously inherently political, and you can't talk about depoliticizing your existence so that you're accepted by society. That's not the way it fucking works.
Well, that's why like the thing you were talking about earlier with the D&D group, all that person had said in their post that then
They made a
that they
joke
then
that was
took
relatable
down.
for trans people in the group.
Yeah, so they
basically.
weren't making a political statement or hosting a debate of any kind.
But they were treating trans identities as valid
Yeah,
and normal and relatable.
which is political in a space where they're not.
Right, exactly. So it's like Fanon also talks about this. So like there are just axes of oppression that you can absolutely reapply the same mechanisms across.
Yeah.
In fact, it's all of them. Fanon talks about this, how black skin is violence, and it's not just the violence done on black people, but it's that white people feel like they are having violence done on them by black people existing in their space at all because of that dialectic, because of that zone of non-being, because black people are pushed into, your identity is not valid, even though it's an identity you can't escape from because we're creating it for you, which again is all oppressed identities. Because of that, your simple existence is violence upon their worldview and their reality. And then that's then that's what provokes the bigoted reaction, is that they feel like they're having violence done on them. I was playing the Star Wars MMO yesterday, and some racist ghouls were talking about George Floyd. Letting that conversation happen in a public chat unchallenged normalizes those ideas.
Yeah.
Bingo. Thanks, Jess. That's a really good example. Like, you have to challenge stuff. Centrism is active bigotry in an enormous amount of cases. And silence is too. Speaking of Star Wars Online, I was playing Battlefront 2? No. Battlefront 1, the new one. Shortly after we got the PS4, it was one of the first games that we got on it. And I was playing the online mode, and literally someone called White King 1488 was like in the game with. I was just like, there wasn't chat or anything to complain about, and I didn't know how to report them, but like I just like sometimes talk about parody examples. Like, I come up with like satirical, ridiculous things. Like, I just want to see some Wookiees, and suddenly this fucking guy called White King 1488 will show up, and it was just so bizarre that I was like, literally exactly it. Like, this guy had actually gone all the fucking way, you know? What are you doing?
I can't reach down into this hole.
Oh.
I need something long and thin to reach whatever's in it.
Oh, he literally says that. Some kind of narrow tool.
Exactly.
But your steel rod isn't enough?
Yeah, that's what I thought, but
That's
I guess
ridiculous.
it needs to be narrower.
What's the other thing you had just then? Wait, hang on. Did I say use?
Yeah.
Oh, to use the bottle. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Mountain Dew hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where they drain all the Mountain Dew out of the hospital. They drain all the Mountain Dew out of the patients. Big Soda doesn't want you to know this, but all the Mountain Dew you drink just stays in your body until you die.
Wow.
Doctors just have to drain it out of you when you're dead.
That is terrifying.
And then they just repackage it. They can't have it go in the ground, you know. White supremacy is unparodiable. Yeah, speaking of unparodiable, we saw this thing earlier that is probably literally parody of Dave Rubin, and it was just like, besides, okay, so this is why it's probably parody. It's on Parler, and the @ for it was Rubin Report, and it's like, why would Dave Rubin misspell his own name? Besides that, it is impossible to tell. It's like him sharing a meme that someone made to diss on him, like to dunk on him, and being like, I think I look pretty cool here, actually. And it's him as Scarface, snorting mountains of cocaine, but the cocaine is labeled ideas. It's so good. Maybe that was the beginning of Thought Slime's drain. Yeah, Thought Slime's actually just, his set is just like in the main floor of the Mountain Dew factory. All of the Mountain Dew just drains to there, and yeah, you're just seeing the slime pouring past him before it gets rebottled. Why is gay a banned word? Yeah, I saw Econ NB's thing. My school makes it so you can't search gay. That's horrible. But yeah, my Patreon, I've been meaning to go and investigate this and sort this out. But my Patreon, I put up an essay that I never got around to making the video of because of problems, about Shape of Water, in which I explicitly talk about, thanks Jess, in which I explicitly talk about masturbation like 4 times in the script about Shape of Water. And then I put up a script about Dream Daddy, and I talked a bunch about being gay, and they made my Patreon account 18+. And I've been meaning to go and challenge that, but it's been over like a year. I just never got around to it. But I found out the other day that like my account is lower in searches when you search for literally my username on Patreon, and my like profile pic is like blurred out because they think I'm a sex worker, basically, because they're treating my account like it's a sex work thing.
Blur out your profile picture.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. So, and like I say, I talked to the previous script was talking about masturbation a bunch, and yeah, and then my next script I talked about gay, I said the G word.
You talked about an extremely PG game.
Yeah, incredibly PG.
But it's got gay dads in it, so.
Yeah. So, been meaning to go challenge that anyway.
Yeah, that is the only reason that it's 18+.
Yeah, it's fucked. Maybe I should release my scripts via a Google Doc link if they do stuff like that. Yeah, but then it's just like, it is quite annoying. Like, I don't want to have to do stuff like that. That's just quite annoying.
I mean, you can still see it. You just need to like go through the link that you provide, basically, to actually.
I just prefer putting the stuff up on Patreon. I like having, like content that's up on there, and it's like, a separate like hub for that content. I like that. Anyway, that's another thing I've got to get around to doing, challenging that at some point. Ugh. Gamers need to be purged. We just need to get rid of all the gamers. Jess has just sent me the conversation from the Star Wars MMO. Gross. Fucking gross. I forgot I put beanbag leftist in my bio. I made this joke a little while ago where I posted a picture of Natalie on Twitter when she was sitting in the beanbag, and I was like, "You've heard of the dirtbag left. Now get ready for..." And then Ian Danskin from Innuendo Studios, if you guys know the alt-right playbook series, he replied in like all caps, "Oh my god, Sophie, can we seriously start calling like wholesome intersectional leftists the beanbag left?" And then I left it a while, but like I thought it was really cute. And then like after a while I was like, fuck it, I'm doing it. I put it in my bio. I just thought it was really funny. It's just like I don't know. Like the original statement on like what the dirtbag left is from Chapo is so nonsense. Like it's so just like you're poor and you're a millennial or Zoomer. That's literally it. But they give a bunch of statements that are just about like, if you sleep on a mattress on the floor, you're the dirtbag left, and it's just like literally us. Like, and it's just like, yeah, it's just so silly because it's gotten all these, like you were saying the other day, like floating signifier, right? It's become a floating signifier, and it's just used to define this thing.
I'm finding that
so
useful.
much. Yeah, it's a good term.
Yeah.
But like
It means it absorbs meaning rather than emitting it.
it's spongy.
Spongy.
Yeah, like, you know, then you get people like Vosh trying to use it and to apply to a type of politics or whatever, and it's just like, well now increasingly that type of politics means not caring about marginalized people who tell you that you're hurting their feelings.
Right.
Is the basic quickest way to summarize what you mean by it.
Yeah,
which
which
sucks.
isn't what Chapo meant by it. I like it really like.
No, they're talking about being poor.
Yeah.
It's just that they also got a
It's
lot
about your like socioeconomic status.
It's just that they also got a lot of shit because at that time they still used like the R slur and stuff. So they got a lot of shit from people. They changed that behavior over time and focused way more on like interviewing union activists and canvassing for local elections and like doing actually useful leftist work, and you know, but like their reputation stayed with them, so people stuck that with what the dirtbag left was. And then I just find the idea of like having an equally nothingy definition, the beanbag left, like if you like to sit around and play video games, like then you might be the beanbag left.
I do. That's me.
If you like to be comfy.
I love to be comfy.
If you like treats and you think that capitalism should be ended so everyone can have treats, you might be the beanbag left.
Not just have treats. Even more important than that, have time to enjoy their treats. That's the most important thing.
If you want to implement full communism so that everyone only works if they want to, and even then only works a 4-day week, 3-hour day, and the rest of the time just enjoys treats, head pats, and video games, you might be a beanbag leftist. What's that noise?
Doom? That's the sound of Doom. Obviously.
No, Doom has a really cool sound. It's like heavy metal.
No, that like the
It's
concept. thing.
That's Doom.
No, that's the video game. I'm talking about the concept.
There's no other thing.
Doom.
There's no other Doom besides the video game.
You don't understand me. Food only. Do not store drugs.
I also feel like cohesively defining the beanbag left could be a good move towards left unity rather than division. Actually, it's counterintuitive, but I think that like, if you deliberately define it like this, right? The dirtbag left see the guy from the soy face guy, who's like my wife's boyfriend bought me a Nintendo Switch, right? And they're like, ha ha cuck, right? That's the dirtbag left. And the beanbag left identify with that guy.
Right.
If you can define that that's what the difference is, there's no reason for that to be a division.
Yeah.
Because basically, the dirtbag left like to laugh at that guy, and the beanbag left are that guy. And that's it. And that's fine.
It's okay to laugh at each other sometimes.
It's okay to laugh at each other. It's also okay to like, you know, just like you respect that people laugh at that, but you're like,
Yeah.
it's not hurting anyone, whatever.
Enjoy the Switch.
I wish my wife's boyfriend would buy me a Nintendo Switch. Right, exactly. I just think about this all the time. It's like, what's going on in that picture? That guy is happy. You know he has a wife. He he has a Nintendo Switch. That guy is winning. Along several axes. Jess said, I wish I had a wife. For real, polyamory isn't that funny. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's okay to poke a bit of gentle fun at polyamory. It's whatever. But like, it isn't something to treat with like suspicion, because that obviously does just boil down to a kind of queer as other attitude, where you're just like suspicious of queerness.
People treat it like a punchline all on its own.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly. Whereas you can, you know. Yeah.
Alright. Tell me where to go.
Go fuck yourself.
Wow.
I really need the toilet, but I'm gonna come back and tell you where to go then.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna wander around silently in the meantime.
On a hill?
Yeah. on
Two?
Silent Hill, yeah.
2?
Mhm.
Well,
Exactly.
you should chat with people though.
Nah.
It's a stream.
Nah.
It's a stream.
Nah.
God damn it.
How can I be a socialist when I won't even socialise with the chat? Well, I've done it now. So, there you go. Which room had the box in it? even say MILF anymore.
I'll be okay soon. Did you find Laura? James, I want to ask you something. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I mostly haven't found it scary. There's been like bits where I've been like, ooh, that is creepy, but you know, I liked those bits, but I've mostly not found it scary because it's mostly been lots of sort of endlessly walking around trying to find stuff. Yes. Haha. Well then, what number is this? Roof key. Yeah. Interesting. Where did I come from?
See, I just went away and you didn't even need to. You didn't even need my help.
Ah,
You're just solving it by yourself.
yeah, roof key. And then Pyramid Head came and got me.
No!
That bastard!
That darned old Pyramid Head. So you just don't need me now.
So, I probably have some, stuff that I can explore now.
Oh. All good then.
Where am I though?
No heckin' worries.
So I guess I was on the roof and I got knocked down there.
I guess you did.
Right. Huh. Oh. Distressing. Wowee.
Spooky stream. Speaking of spooky, Russell's just sent me something he's working on, which I think is really funny.
Uh-huh.
So it's called Homo Hauntology, utilizing paranormal phenomenon to combat the rise of the alt-right.
Oh, that sounds bad.
And it's a like a poetry, like a, you know, he likes to do kind of like alternate universe fiction, basically. It's just like incredibly deadpan, straight-faced, like, not even satire even. Like he just likes to enjoy like fully pretending to be something. Like when he put out those Craigslist ads to see what the responses
Right.
would be to mine poem ideas out of them. and
A little bit of performance art.
yeah. So it's basically writing a like lecture as if he's like a lecture and also like a lecture and also, how to say, like lit piece, like academic lit piece, as if he were this person who studied parapsychology and paranormal phenomena, with an eye to being a ghostbuster. And then the lecture is about, as I say, using paranormal phenomenon to combat the rise of the alt-right. It's very funny.
Jan should put that thing that he was working on, I guess.
About alt-right symbology.
Yeah, like obviously it's the piece that he did wasn't built to just be a video or whatever, but
Uh-huh.
if like,
Yeah, you could just talk through it though.
yeah, I think it'd be really cool.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would find it really interesting.
Yeah.
Agreed. that like using the dead men of Dunharrow to combat Sauron? I'm sorry, Jess. I'm a cool hot gamer girl. I don't understand this nerd shit that you're talking about right now. This is just ew. I love the idea of you using your ghost army to take out Richard Spencer. Like just that, yeah, just like that Aragorn bit where the ghosts all pour past him, but they're just like all the ghosts are Antifa and they're just punching all the fash.
I need a long, thin thing.
Why are my neighbors out on the street making tons of noise at almost 10 p.m.? Are they foxes? Because in our case, that's why our neighbors are doing that. Where'd you get the knife?
Someone else had it.
Oh, Angela's knife.
Yeah.
Examine.
I don't plan on using this as a weapon.
You should examine it then.
The blade is stained with something red.
Probably berries.
Interesting.
Probably berries. I'm pretty sure it's berries. There's something about the UI sounds that are so PlayStation. That's so incredibly true. Yeah, wow.
I love it.
Wow, yeah. Huh. I bet like at the time on PS2 that those UI sounds would have just been so invisible to me.
Alright. Tell me where to go next.
Okay. Well, where are you? So you just got shoved off the roof by Pyramid Head.
Yeah, so I'm back on like third floor now, yeah. It just gave me access to another little bit.
Okay. I'm looking. Gotta load the walkthrough back up. Okay. Pyramid Head.
Yes.
Pyramid Head.
Yeah.
Okay. Roof key. Pyramid Head will come out of nowhere and knock you off the roof. It is impossible to avoid this, so don't worry. You are now in the special treatment room on third floor, which was locked from the other side earlier. James will have red stamina after you fall, so use a first aid kit and or some health drinks. I assume you already did this. Mm-hmm. It is impossible to die from this fall no matter what health you have. Well, that's anticlimactic.
Thank you.
Enter the second room from the left and read the blood writing on the wall. You'll have to examine the bloody wall for a close-up to be displayed.
Oh.
Write down or remember the 4-digit code because you'll need to know it very soon.
Well,
Did you go to a whole other floor?
Yeah, well it's...
Heck.
Wait, what do you mean? I was looking in those rooms.
Yeah, cool.
But I didn't see writing on the wall, so I'm just going to have to go back in there.
Alright. Is that Gory Tales for Gruesome Kids?
Yeah, but it was Gruesome Tales.
Grisly Tales for Gruesome
Tales
Kids.
for Gruesome Kids, yeah.
Okay.
Ah.
Whoa. Oh, that's unhelpful.
5737?
You read that as a 5? I read that as a 4 or a 9.
Fuck!
Oh, there's writing there too.
Oh, huh.
Turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name.
Okay, so I know where this is. There's a box. The last lock left. I managed to do 2 of them.
Uh-huh.
The last one left, and this one, this number. 5737. Okay.
Or 4 or 9.
It's a 5.
We'll just put in the 737 and then click through the rest of the wheel.
Smart.
Basic lockpicking.
So clever.
So basic.
Whoa.
Yeah, uncreative in chat. Reddit's a 4 as well. Jolly Jelly's saying it's a 4 as well.
Huh.
4 of Nevin 37.
Well, let's find out, shall we?
Okay. You want a 7 there?
Oh.
That's a 2. Okay.
7.
3, 7. Okay, and then we just go through this wheel. It was a 5. It was a 5.
Whoop.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Excellent motorcycle. Now that's a nice motorcycle.
I guess I'm just really good at
Whoa.
reading numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, why didn't it open up?
You gonna open the box then? Oh, I reckon that's a keyhole there.
Okay. I have another key. Fuck.
Interesting.
Button.
You shaking the controller with impatience.
There we go. Key. Use it. Yes.
Whoa, the purple bull key.
Woo. Getting the hang of this game.
Yeah, you really seem to be.
Like actually, I'm
You're actually
figuring
kind of plowing through it now.
figuring out my way around now.
On this third stream,
Yeah, there's
12 hours in.
Yeah.
Really getting there.
There is nothing inside this box. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. I got a piece of hair. Oh, for the drain hole.
What?
I need something long and thin.
You really think you're supposed to dangle a hair
Yes.
down there? Come on.
Let's see it
You need
work.
something with tensile strength that you can poke and prod with.
But maybe it's a little hook and I just lift it.
I don't think that's it.
I think it is. Let's find out. I was right about the number 5. Let's see what happens next.
You know what? You're the one who's been playing the game. You were right about number 5. I can't fault you there. That's true. That's just true.
Okay, I'm gonna save. That's a good idea, isn't it?
Could have just used his own hair. Very true.
Yeah. Oh.
I really want to get what's it called? Resident Evil 3 remake. I'm gonna put it on my wish list actually, because I think, like I was saying before, I want that to be the spooky stream we do when we've finished Silent Hill 2.
Right, you've been enjoying the spooky.
Yeah, like
spookies.
I was really enjoying Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 3 looks like Resident Evil 2 but with bad hair. I feel like it'll make for a really fun spooky stream. He said, "Give me something spooky."
Okay. There's Mary.
Hair can have tensile strength. What about that one character from the Inhumans, Medusa? Her hair was prehensile. I'm not sure that it as a material had tensile strength though. I don't know that if cut off it had. Yeah. I wonder how her hair is supposed to work. I wonder if it's just magic.
Goblin Breakfast asking if there's a place where you can share queer poems.
Yeah, no, I'd like an answer to that. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll ask Russell. See if there's an answer there. I'm getting some water. Be back in 4 minutes. Jess could be gone any amount of time. There's no way of knowing. Resident Evil 3 Remake is solid, but it's not as good as Resi 2. Aw, that's sad to hear. It looks fun. I was put off by seeing that they had like, what do you call, like, online play. Like when I see that, it's not that I think that, like, I don't know, there's not like an amount of hours and, like, you know, the game developer hours have been stolen away and put into that other thing. Like, because I find that kind of argument when it comes to art really irritating.
Yeah.
But like,
you did this when you could have been doing this.
Right, I always find that really frustrating and silly. Like, just say on its own terms that they could have made the other thing better, but it does make me just like antsy about like a developer's intentions. Like, it makes me suspicious that a developer might be selling a game and have the story only be there so that you buy it, so that you then are in online. Like, you know, it's just an incidental thing, and then you go into online play. You know?
Yeah.
Because so many developers are so into like online play now that like they don't really care about the story being. It's not really there for that. Like it's just there to buy a pass into online, basically. I'm not saying it would definitely be that. I mean, for one thing, it's a remake, so like they are redoing a previous game that didn't have online, but I don't know.
Well, that's like a place where you would imagine that could be a cool addition rather than something where you're like, annoyed that they didn't bother making a whole game.
Right.
Kind of thing.
So it's more the association just makes me feel a little antsy than actually thinking that it'll be that.
Where was that room with the plug hole in it?
I really could not tell you.
Oh.
I really could not. Locker room?
Yeah, it could be, but I don't think it is.
Well, give it a go. Resi 3 is super short, and it doesn't have what I think is the strongest element of Resi 2, which is the claustrophobic atmosphere. 3 feels a lot more scripted and actiony, so it's much less scary. Oh, that's a shame. Resi 3 is not scary at all. Aww. You're really talking me out of Resi 3 right now. That's a real shame, because I just really did really enjoy. Oh, thanks for the cheer. I did really enjoy the enjoy Resi 2. I mean, for the time being, you could just play Resi 2 if we finish that whole thing.
Yeah, sure.
Because you haven't played it.
Yeah.
And it is fun. Do you have bent needle?
No, but that sounds like a thing that would...
I think you need to get bent needle.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you need to get bent needle if you want to be using that piece of hair. Hey pals, how are we all doing? What have we got? Nearly 30 viewers. That's cool. In case anyone here doesn't know, I have a Patreon. Patreon.com/CurioVids. And you can help me out there. Support my works. My wonderful, wonderful works, such as streaming, and also YouTube. Why isn't Nightbot coming up? Did I disable links? Oh, that's weird. No, Nightbot. Guys, something's wrong with Nightbot. Aw. Garbage. Garbage. Oh, I know what it is. It's because I've changed my Twitch username. We overthrew the bot. No, it's because I've changed my Twitch username and because I was signed in as It's Curio, and now I've changed it to Theyma Sophie. So it's not. It will have disconnected. I will sign back in. In the meantime, if anyone doesn't know, I'm at patreon.com/CurioVids. Wham! Like that. I'm also at Twitter. But that's on screen already. Twitter.com/Theyma Sophie. But how's everybody doing? Everybody enjoying the spooky stream? I hope so. I hope so. Okay, let's bring this over here for a sec. Let's go get Nightbot. I might as well fix it while Natalie's weaning. Having fun? Cool. I'm glad. Nightbot.tv. Only been here for a short while, but it's nice. I'm glad. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Authorize Nightbot. Let's see if it's saved the commands or if I'm going to need to re-enter them. No, it's saved all of them. So now it should be working. Links like that. Oh, damn! Okay. There you go. If anyone wants to do any of that stuff. I also need to edit one of these commands because I had that command from before, which was transdonate, which damn, lo-fi's got really loud all of a sudden. That flute is way too, piercing. I had transdonate as a command before, and that was to help with my private trans medical costs, and then that got sorted in, one day, which is honestly just incredible and kind of overwhelming with people's generosity, but cool that it's sorted now. So I've changed that command, so now it's just regular donate. And it's literally just another way to give to my PayPal, which is already in my Twitter bio and stuff. What about the Resi 1 remake? I haven't played that. I only played Resi 2, so is that good? Should I put that on my wish list? Lo-fi beats to lure rats out of Hamlin too. That's good. Wow, I am not enjoying this. This. That was no good. No good at all. Let's see what the other Lo-fi Beats channel is up to. Not bad. Nope, that's the wrong one, shit. Yeah, I'll leave it on that one for a bit. Never played Resi 1, but I still always stand Resi 7. Isn't Resi 7 really old, though? Resi 7 was made 3 years ago. Okay, fair enough. I always find it really funny when game franchises like Resi are so long running, like Yakuza as well. making that many games in a franchise, I always find that really bizarre. Like, for me, like, Uncharted kind of makes sense, like 4 games, and then they changed protagonists, and it's kind of a different series. I don't know. But I suppose, like, Resi 3 has different protagonists to Resi 2, so it's still kind of like, you know, Final Fantasy is the king of this. That's true. That's true. I haven't played any Final Fantasy. It's just, like, too daunting. It's like Homestuck. It's just like, when, how, what, why? There are an irresponsible amount of Finals Fantasy. That's true. That's very true. Oh yeah, for those who don't know, I do editing streams also. And, yeah, for a few reasons. So, partly to be holding myself accountable to keep working. Partly for those who are interested in learning about how to make videos, and partly, you know, just because it's like nice to have people around who are interested in the topic that I'm talking about to chat with while I'm working. So I'm going to be doing editing streams in like a couple of weeks about, like, sorry, not about, rather while editing my Witcher Mania, which is a project I'm doing where I'm doing the shows, the games, and the books, and I'm writing it all right now. I'm going to film it all in one go, and then I'm going to edit it all in one go, but I'm going to release them staggered. So for those who are interested in my Witcher Mania series, in a couple of weeks I'm going to be doing a lot of editing. Like a huge amount of editing streams, and chatting a load about Witcher. If you're interested. Feel like after my right go after Final Fantasy. Nice. You can at least go after Final Fantasies 1 through 14. Provably untrue. Hey Jess, Natalie's weeing, so we're just waiting around right now. Time to meet my 4-minute deadline. Well, 4th could be halfway between 4 and 5. It could be 4 times 5. It could be 4 to the power of 5. Really, 4th could be anything.
I stay a bit longer.
Have no room to talk about media that's daunting to get into. Yeah, I find it funny, like, superhero comics aren't impenetrable to 99% of people. I don't think that's true at all. Sorry, I just don't think that's true. Anyway, 4 is 3. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah, so in a couple of weeks I'll be doing some more editing streams, working on my Witcher videos. So if that sounds like your jam, please come hang out and watch me doing that. I'm pleased with how well this dress fits, considering how I got it online. Like, I've gotten a lot of really good online purchases recently, and only a couple of things that haven't fit, and I feel like for online shopping that's a very lucky, like, a good winning streak there. Oh, she's back. Alright, switch the light off. Hell yeah.
Should I get the ice cream out?
Yes. Editing stream, I could learn how to edit a video. Jess, you know how to edit a video already. Lo-fi is still loud. Okay, I turned it down a little bit there. The lo-fi is really unreliable for having as background music. It just pretty much at random can be like overwhelmingly loud or barely there at all because they're playing a bunch of like other people's music just like back to back. It's really annoying.
Or there's like random screens in it.
Yeah, I had just now. I had to switch off from one station to another one because they had like flutes, and it wasn't that it was loud, but it was just way too piercing,
Right.
and so it was just really, really, just like really grating, basically. Are you gonna play any ice cream, or what's the plan?
Heard, are you gonna play any ice cream? And I was like, how would I do that?
Impressive.
Yeah, I was thinking would.
Okay, sure.
Can
Well,
you
switch back over to the live screen. Heck yeah.
this one?
Yep.
Whoop.
Transition. You
Whoop.
should switch off the lo-fi though.
Oh, yeah. Aha.
Cool.
Alright, I've had enough of thinking for myself, please. Where do I go next?
You need the bent needle. I'm just going to tell you where to go get that.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Do you remember a teddy bear?
No.
Okay. Second floor, women's locker room, teddy bear. Examine it, you get a bent needle.
Okay.
You ready for all that?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
What floor am I on?
Ugh.
Great.
I was just saying to everyone that I'm pretty pleased with how well this dress fits, and like
Yeah.
that I've ordered a bunch of stuff online and had a pretty good, like, pretty lucky streak with ordering online comparatively.
I love this dress so much.
Only like a couple of things that don't fit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you're trying on like totally new shapes and styles and stuff. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, it's fair. Okay, there's a little bear.
There you go.
Oh, I clicked around. You know, you can click
Yep.
around on things a million times. And it's only when you actually know that there's something there in the first place.
Yeah, that you do it with
that
confidence.
you make sure that you get it. Yeah.
And then you get the bent needle, right?
And like, I never would have come back to this room without being told that there was something in here because I'd already been in here a few times.
Of course, why would you do it? Yeah, like why would you come back here? Yeah. I feel like I should get some like light, flowy floral print something. I feel like that would be a good look on me,
Yeah.
especially being so tall. Maybe weird with short hair though. Not sure.
No, I think it'd be nice.
Okay.
Okay, now what?
Jess says more video essayists. You are going to need more of them as I progress out into making short films and video games.
Where do I go next?
Combine the hair and the needle
Oh, okay.
and put it in the drain.
Where's the drain? I can't remember which room it's in. Is it not in the walkthrough?
Yes. Either. Okay. The drain is in the shower room. There you go. You need to combine the hair and the bent needle. Yep. Combine.
Like,
Yep.
I did that.
Yep. Combine.
Yeah,
What? Click combine.
it's like I did.
I don't understand.
It's got them, the two things down there in the green box.
Huh.
Maybe it needs something else as well.
No, it's just hair and bent needle.
I guess if I've just got those two things, then
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Well, go and
I'm gonna.
Well, go to the shower room and do it in there.
Yeah. Okay, so you can just put them together and use. Okay.
You know, I was kind of worried about it, but I haven't really had comments like default he himming me since I came out in my since my envy video, which is really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I think
really
it
cool.
adds a lot to just put my pronouns in the first shot that like I'm in, like I did in the Last of Us vid.
Yeah.
That was cool, but like yeah, just neat. I think like to see that like I was like it's not like a big worry like it would be a devastating to me, but it was just basically like what I was expecting in a very like
Resigned kind of way.
yeah low expectations. I was just like this will probably be the case. I'll be out and people will just be he-hemming me. So that's cool. I kind of want to get that taking off as a thing, like getting people to put their pronouns in like the first shot that they're in. Like similar to how people put their pronouns in their bio, even if they're cis, to like normalize it. I just think it would be a good thing to normalize. Just like, you can't tell people's pronouns by looking, especially they them. So it would just be cool to just like flash it up.
Yeah, it's neat.
Flash it up for a second when you first appear in your vid, and then just like then that's all. It's very low effort, I do really like the music of Silent Hill. It's really growing on me. Just the sound of like old wood creaking in the wind, but as a music track.
Okay, here we go. That's not the one. Oh.
Thanks, Jess. There we go. Now I'll have two people doing it. Me and Jess. Big win in the marketplace of ideas right now.
Hehe.
There you go.
I got that hair from a box with like 3 locks on it. It was just a piece of hair.
Yep. Yes, that's correct. I like how he hasn't moved besides vertically at all. So he's just like, he was still holding it completely above the hole, like he could drop it at any second.
Yeah.
It was so distressing to see.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it's just like you lose the hair and the bent needle too, because he just drops the whole thing back in the hole.
Heck yeah, I got that elevator working, baby.
Woo. Okay. Well. Looks like looks like there's a boss fight coming up. Very exciting for you. I love that for you. And then you'll be done with Brookhaven Hospital and on to Nightmare Hospital. Yay!
Woohoo. Alright, what floor do I want?
1 apparently. Oh, good guess. You just clicked it right before I said.
It's like, might as well start from the bottom, work my way up.
Yeah, auto mod is super weird. It like, you know, it'll ban some fucking messages seemingly at random, and then when you like click to allow them, it says you just allowed the term, you know, like whatever it had detected as a problem, because it's all AI, and then so most of the time it's like, well, I didn't want that to be a banned term in the first place, what's wrong with you? But then some of the time it'll be like, you've allowed the term hit lesbian, and you're like, oh wow, I didn't want to allow that. Like, what? I wanted to allow this message specifically. I don't want to allow that as a term. It's just like moderation online is so incredibly broken, and like the approach of looking for the magic words absolutely can't work, but there's also just like so many other things that should absolutely be possible to report, and there's no category that it fits into, like on Twitter. So like earlier, for example, I saw someone who said that, you know, Wiley, that guy who's going on the that celebrities being really anti-Semitic today, like there's someone tweeted like Corbynism made Wiley possible. Corbynism is a racist movement, and I'm like, okay, that should be reportable, honestly. Like calling like that level of just sheer craven bullshit should be reportable. To just like smear this thing with like, we all know Corbynism is just like deep, fervent anti-Semitism. It's just like, yeah, that actually, fuck that. Like, but there are other things like that are like harmful lies or harmful things that I just feel like should be reportable. Another example from today would be Elon Musk's like, we'll coup whoever we want, deal with it. Like, that's not
just a
that's
threat
not
of war.
bigoted.
Like, violence,
It's
that's
not-
a threat of war. Like,
Yeah, that's not bigoted. It's not like any of these categories. He couldn't even really get like the report of like threatening violence couldn't even really work because it's referring to something that already happened. But it's like, it should absolutely be reportable to just be like, yeah, I back the war crimes America has done. Like, it's just like, that's a morally abhorrent statement. I know I'm coming at all this from like a very Karen position. I'm just like, we should expand the powers we have to talk to the manager. But like, I just find it so annoying.
well, that's a legit thing. It's not going to stop Elon Musk from doing coups. It's not going to stop
No, of course.
America from doing coups.
So I'm like, so really my point moreover is that moderation as a concept is somewhat broken.
Yeah.
And so you have to re-examine it and just think about like, how do you make your space safe for people instead? You know?
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in
One
there?
big part of it is like, you know, obviously looking for the magic word doesn't work when, for example, a word is reclaimed. So you know, I have a black friend who has lost like 7 accounts because racists report his account when he uses the N-word. They get in arguments with him. They're full-on Nazis, and they search for tweets where he said the N-word, and then they report them, and then he loses his account. You know.
Laura! What are you doing?
Oh, that's Trump. That's his little kissy mouth.
Open the door, Laura.
What the fuck? Oh no, James has to say it slower now. The walkthrough said, do you have to kill these things before they kill you? And I'm like, well, yeah.
You snotty little brat.
Yeah. Oh, when was the last time you saved, by the way?
Laura?
Oh, there was a twig on that guy. I should have saved
You're playing right now. Oh, not bad. Yo, I think they got you. Run. Nice. Nice. Oh, beans. These boys are fucking you up.
Oh god, I hate this. I hate this controls. I hate this fucking ring. Camera. I hate this fucking beat.
See, it's commonly interpreted in the whole game is James's nightmare. It's all deeply reflective of James's psyche. And what this boss tells you is James has a very powerful foot fetish.
Leave me alone! Stop!
Nice. What? What? What?
It's cut to you.
What? Fucking what?
There we go.
Uh-oh. I think that previous shot was supposed to communicate to us that James was fainting, and I did not
Yeah.
get that until now. Alright, smarty pants.
You're like looking at the ceiling and it's like slowly.
Yeah, but the ceiling didn't move relative to, like, there was no depth movement, right? And if you fell over, if you were fainting, the ceiling would get further away. It just moved around.
Well, he's standing up now, so maybe I was wrong.
No, he was definitely getting wheeled somewhere.
Ooh.
Jess is right, that is a plot hole actually, and I will make a 5-hour podcast episode picking apart why Silent Hill is garbage. Hell yeah. I like that you punch the air with joy when you find a place to save. That's a cool story, Locan. Probably want to look for. Wait, was the writing on the wall again just then? I think that was. There's lines there on the notice board. That just looks like writing on the left hand side.
Well, it's not.
But it could just be like scratches or something, couldn't it? I feel like you want to look for a map as soon as possible. That's what I've learned from the... Me. Walkthrough is advising you should switch to the handgun for a while because it's not really necessary to use the shotgun on
Makes
normal
sense.
enemies. Oh, not necessary to use the shotgun on normal enemies yet. Your face is great. Oh, so your map should actually still apply, apparently. Right.
Yeah.
It's the same hospital, but it's in a nightmare.
Right.
So it's the same map, but now it's Nightmare Hospital.
Eee.
Yeah.
Cool. Where did I just come from then?
Jess is just saying she was absolutely stunned by someone she gave in her passport application to, reading it saying Jessica and then calling her Jess. Had moments like that. It's very funny. I mean, I think that's a pretty common psychological moment in a broader sense, right? It's just kind of like the you've lost your glasses on your head thing. Like, of like, you know, like walking into another room looking for your phone and it's in your hand. I kind of love doing that. I kind of love mistakes like that. I kind of derive joy from walking into another room and finding out my phone in my hand all the time. I'm just kind of like, hell yeah. My stupid brain tricked me. Fun. What's your game plan?
Don't know. Wander around.
That does seem to be the first step of every area.
Yeah.
There's lots of advice for just getting like items, just like bullets and drinks,
Yeah.
before it gets to any like puzzle items or like, stuff that will actually help you advance. Kind of annoying. I guess the walkthrough is just sort of structured floor by floor. So it's just sort of telling you. It's just saying that like.
It's expecting you to look around at everything.
It's just saying that you can go get. Yeah, all these like items on the. On the first floor, or on the on floor 1, and then like the actual useful items start on floor 2. This hospital is so anti-leftist and decadent. Look how dirty it is. Right, it's just slime everywhere. There's slime and dirt on every surface. James, the workers, wants to escape from the hospital, which is slime. That's the bad time sound. Oh, you should run away. Okay, jeez.
Oh my god.
So you get to stand in the ground.
Do you want to play for a bit and I'll have ice cream?
No. If you want to have an ice cream break, switch over to the intermission screen.
Okay.
And we'll just chat with these lovely people.
Whoa.
Transition. Did you give this ice cream a lesson? There we go. Lovely lo-fi. We're having fish food. Ben and Jerry's fish food. I just feel like it's the best one. It's just like... It's got marshmallow bits, caramel bits, little fishies, little chocolate fishies.
The little chocolate fishies taste so good.
Right. So it's just kind of like... What more do you want? What more could you even want from ice cream? I don't know. That vegan vanilla ice cream we got the other, that one time was really good. It's really creamy. I was just wishing I could mute the game because of the sound effects, so I appreciate the intermission. Well, we'll be back at it in a sec. Did you go far after your save?
Not really.
Okay, cool. That's a relief at least. What did you think of the Hangers boss? Did you love it? Did you hate it? What would you rate it?
Hated it. Thought it sucked.
Oh, low rating then.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair. Fair enough. Oh. Oh. Do you feel like you're getting in the swing of it now?
A lot better than I was before, yeah.
Are you liking it more now? Okay, cool. I've been worrying with it being a bit of a slog that you're just like not enjoying the spooky stream. It's just kind of funny, like playing Resi 2, I've just been thinking how much it's similar to this. And like, yeah, it just like uses inventory and everything in a very, very similar way and puzzle solving and stuff. But, I mean, okay, not having tank controls is a huge difference. That's like stunningly huge difference that makes it, you know, just instantly feel like you're breathing. But besides that, it's also like, I don't know. I guess it just feels like the puzzles generally fit together in a bit more of a cohesive way. I don't know, like the long thin tool that's meant to fit in the drain,
The
like
puzzles in this are really, really random.
yeah, it's just like the long thin tool that fits in the drain. Like you were right that it was the hair, but it's like hair,
Right.
hair. Whereas like I was saying this for when I was playing it, right, the first time through, like. You got the red book, you encounter the statue, there's a funny little handprint on the book, you're like, aha, combine the statue's hand with the book to slot it into place, and then the statue opens up its other hand and gives you the scepter that's holding. It's like, okay, cool, I just, as soon as I found out there was a statue, I was like, oh, I recognize I can see what's missing here, because it's meant to be holding this book. And it just sort of, made sense. Looks like there's a little puzzle on this level. That's nice. Love a little puzzle. Looks like the level after this is actually pretty short. And then you go to Silent Hill Historical Society. Which that's a fun thing. That's just neat. I dig that. Sorry, the sections of the walkthrough that are puzzles are like grey background text like this, and it lists all the details of all the puzzles on different difficulties. So they're generally quite long because they have to list like easy, medium, hard every single time. But this one, like the puzzle itself is quite long, so they're just it just keeps going. Because they have to list that like 4 times for like easy, medium, hard, and extra. It's just pages and pages of one puzzle. Yeah, I found that really funny with, what was it, like the coin puzzle previously? Do you remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like...
Yeah.
The thing that was changing was just that the poem was longer and more obtuse in each like difficulty setting. The solution was the same every time.
So funny.
Yeah. I feel like games are just telling people that literary analysis is just for clues for puzzles. You should have a puzzle that's based on figuring out if the author belonged to one school of thought or another. And like, so the thing that they've written isn't like a purposeful puzzle they've created to bamboozle you. It's just a thing they wrote, so you just have to read it and kind of figure out what their deal was. Walkant just added permitted term, so that's trans. That's yeah. Oh, you're on the shotgun again. That's hacked up. James, what are you doing? What are you? The police? And then there's just camp laughter. Just a real long laugh.
Ah. Oh, that's what was stressing me out. I didn't know.
Alright, I'll know next time.
It's like, there's too much going on here, but I don't know.
Oh no, I got a spoiler by reading the walkthrough. Shit. This is a big spoiler. Damn it. Now I gotta keep that secret until you get there.
Give me that.
Fuck. Fuck! Probably just forget, honestly. It's not a big deal. I just read Munson Street and I thought Munson said Mumsnet and I was like, what the fuck? The real horror of Silent Hill. Final boss Graham Linehan.
Been in here already. It's just so stressful every time you leave a room. You have no idea like what direction you came in.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I think that's why you just got to be like on the map constantly. When I tried playing it, like when I was taking over for you on the previous stream, I was just like, it's just map every 5 seconds is like the only way to process it. Probably want to do a hack and reload arena. Oh, 6 bullets, huh?
No.
There you go. Now you're in business. I like that James whacks with his whole body. I like that his knees go into it. You know, he's really like ready to go with that whacking. I just appreciate it. I just think he's a dynamic fellow. He really goes for it. That's cool. You're just going like room to room.
Yeah.
Valid. Reindeer Cut, they're talking about X-Men and their relationships in Spicoli representation, and Randy Kurtz just referred to Wolverine as the third most popular superhero ever. And I'm curious who you think the person is.
Spider-Man.
By the numbers, Spider-Man is the most popular superhero ever. Like, by the data. And then I think it's Superman, then Batman. I do think Wolverine is fairly high, but I think, yeah, it's just like, it's, actually when you look at, like, merch sales, Spider-Man is apparently, tops, like, the next, like, few superheroes added together. I do think that, like, really, I mean, this was part of the inspiration for why I did my essay on Spider-Man. Like, I do think there is just something in the basic character construction that speaks to people in such a huge way. You get got again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you got. Spider-Man, then Batman, then Wolverine, then Superman. Interesting.
That makes sense to me.
Interesting. Spider-Man makes crazy money. Yeah, I mean, you can see that, honestly, from, like, if you compare Sony properties, right? Spider-Man versus Fantastic Four. Just, like, straight comparison. You're like, Sony have barely tried with Fantastic Four, and they've pretty much given up. But Spider-Man, they did 3 films, and then it was considered done, but they still tried again. They did 2 films, it was considered even more done, and then they still tried again. Like, it's just, like... Spider-Man also has incredible international appeal. Yeah, well, that's what we learned from Toho Spider-Man and Italian Spider-Man, and, you know, Lorcan told us a while ago about in Mexico they printed a separate run of Spider-Man after Gwen Stacy died because they felt like it would upset the audience too much, so they just existed in, like, a parallel timeline, printing their own Spider-Man stories. It's just really cute, like... Didn't Spidey become a tech CEO in the comics recently? Yeah, I'm not sure if he was a CEO. I think so. I think you're right. I know, like, last time I was reading, which was a few years ago, he was working for a tech company, and he was, like, he was very well off. But I know he was, yeah, actually, he was a tech CEO because he pulled that weird shit where he was, like, trying to compete with Tony Stark, and it, like, just didn't work for the character at all. It was just super fucking weird. Yeah, so Mary Jane just, like, happened to go work for Stark, and it wasn't like a move, and it was just it's just a thing that happened. And then Peter, like, out of jealousy, tried to hire Pepper Potts, and she was just like, no.
It's just incredibly pathetic.
Yeah. Superman is what people think of when they think of a superhero, but his comics perform pretty middlingly. Yeah, I've always thought that. Like, his movie franchise is way more of a big deal, like, compared to other movies or whatever. Like, you know, if your ranking is like Spider-Man, Batman, Wolverine, Superman, like, Wolverine did have a trilogy of films, and then, you know, but, like, you know, entered the movie scene just as a character in the X-Men films. Superman's had, like, so many reboots, and, like, something that they just keep on coming back to. heard about him trying to hire Pepper, I've never read much Spidey. Yeah, I liked the arc that he was working for, I forget what, but he was working for a tech company. He had this really bizarre like setup where he needed to like come up, he was working in this R&D department, and he needed to come up with like kind of big breakthrough tech every quarter or something, and he and a bunch of other guys were all working in the same situation, and they had like more or less total flexibility. And like what I liked about it was just it's kind of inspiring to kids who are like into science, this kind of idea of a very flexible way of working, and I just quite like Horizon Labs, that's the one, yeah. It's quite nice. Is it a painting?
Yeah, and it kind of like goes around the corner.
Weird. Creepy too.
Yeah.
Oh. Is it a door?
Yeah, it's locked.
Yeah, and it was like, anyway, yeah, like, it's cool to, like, inspire people with, like, an idea of, like, flexible work and, like, you know, even in the most lib way where it's, like, he's already doing well, he's, like, you know, it's not that he's, like, a poor kid anymore, but just, if you can try and shift people's mode in that way, that's kind of neat. Like, it was something I hadn't heard of, you know, like, I just assumed everyone's jobs were always going to just be, like, 9 to 5 or whatever, and, that comic was like the first time I sort of thought about flexible working or like different modes of working or whatever, which is like a relatively small thing, but I just thought it was neat. It's also like a good vehicle for high concept sci-fi. Like I remember they did a fun like parallel universes time travel thing with that, and that's just kind of neat. I don't know. Oh, that's cool. Superman has a son in the current comic run they're doing. That's interesting. Really fallen out of love with DC. I find it like too inherently conservative, especially compared to like, you know, a lot of Marvel's whole thing is based in Stan Lee's philosophy of writing really human characters, and so much of DC is like very high-minded philosophy that when you interrogate it just means privileged philosophy. So it's just like, what if a white dude was really strong? What if a white dude was really rich? What if a white dude had a magic ring? What if a white dude was really fast? And it's like, okay, but like, like, you know, in the Marvel universe, it's like you've got Spider-Man. I covered everything about him in, you know, in my essay, but you know, just the underdog is just the essential underdog. You know, you've got Bruce Banner, like a neurodivergent person, and they've explored that more and more as time's gone on. Like Marvel had the first had black superheroes before DC did, and then DC responded by trying to write the Black Bomber, which was a white racist who turned into a black superhero when he got worked up, and then they had to scrap the idea because it was offensive to practically anyone of any point of view whatsoever, and instead they wrote Black Lightning. It's so funny. Yeah, I just find like by comparison, like DC superheroes are so conservative because they're just so like esoteric in what their like fundamental question and fundamental raison d'etre is. And then another thing is like everyone always says that Batman has the best villains, and they really mean the best villain. They mean they love the Joker. But like if you look through the rest of Batman's villains, they're just like people with mental illnesses or gangsters or both. And that's not that interesting. Whereas all of Spider-Man's villains are different kinds of reflections of him. And that's kind of fascinating. Like, that's actually a deliberate, you know, thing. And that holds up for all of Marvel. And people complain about that. Like, you know, the first superhero movie, they always fight like an evil version of themselves. But in Marvel, generally, like, the villain always teaches you something about the superhero. And that's really cool. Because that's kind of like, you know, what's the point of having like a nemesis in a story? if not to teach you about who the hero is and what they think, and like, yeah, and also where they're wrong. You know? Whereas like, it's just cool. Big screen Craven now. Someone was talking about when Jake Gyllenhaal was revealed to be Mysterio. Someone was talking about Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio and Channing Tatum as his Eurotrash boyfriend Craven the Hunter. And I was like, oh my god, that sounds amazing.
When we found out that Gyllenhaal was Mysterio, we were so fucking excited.
Well, because we called it. As
Yeah,
well.
he was
When
like...
we found it was going to be Mysterio, we were like, Neil Patrick Harris or Zachary Pinto or Jake Gyllenhaal, and it was like, yes, fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Yeah, anyway, I just think that, like, Spider-Man has the most interesting, like, rogues gallery by far. People love the Joker as a character, that's fine, but, like, I don't think Batman has the best villains, plural. I just don't. And he has some compelling ones, for sure, but it's just, like, Marvel in general have a really good character design philosophy that I just feel is rooted in, like, examining real people's real lives and the underdog, and I just think that's really good. And also, yeah, fallible people. Like I say, the villains are there to teach you that you might be wrong about something. Like, think about Spider-Man Homecoming, like, you know, the Vulture is there to show you that, like, Peter's faith in Tony Stark is very much misguided. Where are you going? And if you think about, like, the X-Men, right? They fight a team of bad X-Men, and only are they bad because their whole point is teaching the X-Men that maybe they're being too liberal and that their approach should maybe be a bit more radical, maybe. Like, all their villains do this, and it's fantastic. Him having Titus Stark as an MCU invention, Vulture must have been a different reflection on him in the comics. Well, Vulture is still kind of a Robin Hood character in the comics, so it still kind of teaches the same lesson. Like, he's still, in similar way to, like, Sandman, like, he's still sticking up for the poor people and, like, wealth inequality, basically.
It's an interesting choice they made with him in the movie in that context then, because he's like an I got mine, like, character in the film.
Yeah. Which is still, that is still then a different reflection of,
Yeah.
I mean, he still is that to some degree, it's just like, you know. Imagine how much it would suck if Marvel just made an evil Spider-Man, like he's just the same guy in a black suit or whatever. Okay, but like Venom is a metaphor for drug addiction, and when he was introduced in the story, it was incredibly obvious that that's what it was. That's true in Spider-Man 3 as well. Like in the comics, Peter just went away to a war on another planet, and he came back with this alien symbiote that made it possible for him to survive the war. You get me? And now that he's back, he deals with his like flashbacks to the war with the symbiote, and it makes it easier for him to do his job now, and he alienates all his friends and family because of the symbiote, and he spends Christmas Day alone with the black suit. Like, right? Like, it's super obvious what they're going for. Even like in a parallel story, where the war doesn't go as well for the Avengers, in that parallel story, like, Venom just eats Peter, as in, like, it consumes him, and he never comes back from the war, you know? Yeah, it's just, like, very blatant what they're going for. Like, so when they're literally just, like, going with, yeah, Spider-Man in a black suit, and he's evil now, it's like they've minimized it down to the most pure internal character conflict. He's just struggling with internal demons. Do you have any thoughts on how Venom is a metaphor for a kind of mutated into toxic relationships, scorned lover thing? Well, I mean, it's pretty simple to see how you get there. Like, Eddie Brock is the, like, you know, then becomes the recipient of Venom when Peter manages to kick it, and, like, drugs can just, like, drug abuse can just be a Carnage is just a mess. Don't worry about Carnage. Just don't even think about Carnage. I've seen some people talk about symbiotes as a metaphor for, like, disease, especially the AIDS crisis, but I'm not sure, like, how much that tracks. But anyway, with Eddie Brock, like, it's someone who's in Peter's social circle, you know, dates people who Peter dates or whatever, and it's like, it's pretty clear to see how the drug abuse metaphor becomes like a betrayal, toxic relationship, scorned lover thing, like you're saying. It's just like, you're dealing with someone's abusive relationship with a substance, but also that makes them into a manipulative, abusive person because of their, like, dependency. Yeah, I don't know, I just think it's simple enough to see how it happens. So, like, I think there's just parallel things. I don't think that it's like, I wouldn't say that it's necessarily morphed into that or whatever. Yeah. Some sort of parallel between Spider-Man and Black Costume Venom at Marvel, and then not long after Batman, the drug Venom at Bane at DC. Yeah, they did that all over the place. Like, Batman losing Robin, Jason Todd Robin, and Captain America losing Bucky Barnes. Like, shit like this, like, DC and Marvel copied off each other so fucking much, but, like, what's funny to me is that a lot of the time it wasn't the company who had the idea first that did the better job. A lot of the time it just ended up being Marvel. Like, Marvel's stories just ended up being the better one. Whether they were copying or being copied. Oh heck. I saw someone who'd made like a meme that was like Spider-Man villain motivations getting stupider over time or something, and it had like and so it had like or whatever, it mapped them out, and but it was just like really conspicuously Vulture was missing from them, and I was like, and I just replied after they posted it, I was like, you left Vulture off this list because you're a fucking coward. Because you know it doesn't fit your pattern, because Vulture's motivation is amazing, and you're a fucking coward. Because Homecoming is fucking amazing, and you're a fucking coward. It's just like, also like someone's motivation being bad doesn't make a story bad. So like, for example, in Amazing Spider-Man 2, like they're listing like Jamie Foxx Electro as his motivation being Spider-Man didn't come to my birthday party, and it's like, yeah, that is a petty, bad, silly reason, because the story is about toxic fan culture. He's obsessed with Spider-Man. It's a real thing. You know, it's a real thing that real people really, you know, go through, and he's like a stalker. I don't know. Like, it's... I'm not defending Amazing Spider-Man 2 as a very good film. It's not. But, the difference between, like, the character motivation on a psychological level being stupid and the character motivation on a narrative storytelling level being, like, bad storytelling is enormous. People do things for dumb reasons all the fucking time. Elon Musk made the American government do a fucking coup so that he could get lithium to make cargo fast. That's a bad reason to do things, you know? I might have also said, like... I might have said, like, you left Homecoming and Spider-Verse off this list, because I think they didn't include Spider-Verse either.
Because Spider-Verse rules.
Yeah. I think I just focused on what they'd, like, left off, but I'm pretty sure they'd really reached for, like, trying to describe Dr. Octavius's motives as bad.
Dr. Octavius is great.
They'd like tried to rework Spider-Man 2 to be like bad as well, and I'm just like, nah. There's this culture online I've seen a lot in like discussing Spider-Man. It's super popular on the Something Awful forums, but it's just basically like irony poisoned dipshits who are just completely allergic to sincerity and like wholesome, sweet, straightforward storytelling that you get in Spider-Man. Just love to like cherry pick like silly comic booky things and try and spread a whole bunch of just gibberish about it being like just awful, like nonsensical, like it's very clearly emotionally motivated, and you can see it. They just feel really threatened by like this character who is like sweet and earnest and trying his best, basically. And you see it in things like that meme where someone's trying to manipulate descriptions of the Spider-Man villains to make them sound sillier, and it's like, why are you doing this? Not sure how you could have fit it in, but if one of the Avengers had explained to Thanos why his plan was stupid in Endgame, that would have been great. Honestly, if they explained it in Infinity War, I think that would have been great. Like, if the movie just stops because they win in the marketplace of ideas, that would kind of rule. Like, not that I think that's how you stop real world bad guys, but I just kind of love the idea of them just being like,
No, Thanos, you don't have a
hey,
point.
this is a dipshit bad plan. This sucks. Some planets out there in the universe are going to need more people to survive. They're actually underpopulated. Even in these hypothetical overpopulated worlds, just mass genocide isn't the answer. Like, no. And then he's just like, oh shit, yeah, huh, damn.
We don't suffer from a lack of resources. We suffer from unequal distribution of resources.
Right. Just like Tilda Swinton or whatever from Doctor Strange, like she just sits down with him and she's like, okay, there are these two donkeys and they're both pulling to try and get at bushes that are in front of them, but they're facing opposite ways, so neither of them can get there. What's the solution? And Thanos is like, well, you kill one donkey. And she's like, no. They turn around and they eat one bush and then together, and then they eat the other bush together. And he's like, oh damn, oh dip. And then he uses the Infinity Gauntlet to provide enough resources for everyone and eliminate like the basic drive towards greed in people's souls or whatever. Like he just uses the big snappy to like make so people don't put any faith in hierarchies anymore. I like thinking about how during end times, when things are really terrifying, like World War II or what have you, even during as Philosophy Tube pointed out, like plagues have a way of just being depressing on the culture, right? And making people feel like shit and like no good art gets produced. But even during those, just like with wars, something that's common between them is people having loads of kids. Like,
right.
The reproductive urge still surges no matter what the apocalyptic like thing is. I like thinking about how that would probably be true across the universe, considering that all the Marvel aliens are like just vaguely anthropocentrized. Like they're just sort of, they behave generally like people, right? So across the universe, people would have just gotten to fuck in a whole bunch. And then the other half of people all got brought back. And so what Thanos did overall was just massively increase the population of the universe. Like at the end of the day. If Dave Rubin was in the MCU, he'd have Thanos on his show. True. If Dave Rubin was in the MCU, he'd be Justin Hammer. Tim Pool tried to use Avengers Infinity War, or was it Endgame, to debate Sam Cedar with. It was so embarrassing. He tried to explain why socialist reasoning is utilitarian, which it isn't. And that's like Thanos, which it isn't. And then why his reasoning is more like Captain America and therefore good. And Sam Cedar was just the whole time just kept saying, I haven't seen the film. I don't care. Like, the whole way through Tim's just, like, gibberish, over-elongated explanation, he was just like, okay, I haven't seen it. I don't care. It's like the Luke Skywalker clip from The Last Jedi when he goes, amazing. Everything you said was wrong. Sam's the best. Like, wanting to help everyone isn't utilitarian inherently.
Well, it's socialism is utilitarian in the way that utilitarianism is good. As in wanting the best for people.
That's not.
Like.
It's just not. It's like utilitarianism is a methodology. Like, it's not a.
Right.
Like, so you can't really apply it, right, to a mean. Not to a means. To an ends. Wanting to help people, like, or wanting the best for everyone, as you're saying it, can't be utilitarian. It's like, utilitarian can be, like Sam Harris's weird, like, moral utilitarian calculation where he's like, what would generate the most human happiness? That
right.
Like, that's a utilitarian
but just
framework.
People can get to, like, weird places with it because of, like, their own.
But that's my point.
Frameworks
like, it's
and projections doesn't mean that's like.
No, I'm
necessary.
I'm not saying utilitarianism is bad. I'm saying I'm saying socialism isn't inherently, or really just isn't utilitarian, because you can't.
I just feel like calling it utilitarian is just an admission that it's like.
It's an admission Tim Pool doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, it's not utilitarian just because utilitarianism is just a way of getting to. It's a line of reasoning. It's not a. Like I say, it's just not an ends. Like, it's just not. You could do socialism through, like, you know, your socialist reasoning could be utilitarian, but it's not necessarily, you know?
Right.
And then further to that, Thanos isn't necessarily utilitarian either. You could make that argument, and it was just so much wrong. It was just awful. It was just awful.
It's just Tim saying, socialism is one of those things that everyone thinks, like, that people think will bring a utopia, but it requires great evil for the greater good, and that's what Thanos is, and that's this, like, the sole, like, understanding of.
Here are a few more levels on which Tim is wrong. Tim pals around with the IDW goons, right, including Sam Harris. As I was saying before, Sam Harris does try to apply moral utilitarianism, where he has this thought experiment where you would nuke Iran, right, and the lives lost would be less than the sum total of the happiness and safety caused by the action, and therefore it would be morally good, right?
Sam Harris is fucking disgusting.
Yes, Sam Harris is fucking disgusting. I completely agree. I'm just trying to say that this is the ridiculous irony. So that's one level of wrong. That's another layer of wrong in this wrong lasagna. But, like, another level still.
She came out the wall.
Classic.
She came out the fucking wall.
Classic.
I thought you were. Sorry.
I thought you were a painting.
Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway, what do you mean anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, would you?
No, I just.
Then stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone.
What?
You're supposed
No.
to take care
The good thing
of
about
me.
writing women into your stories is that you can have them do anything because women are inherently crazy.
What about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but
Anyway.
she ran away.
Do you mean anyway?
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to
But she locked
protect
him
her.
in with all those, like, feet things.
Yeah,
It was horrible.
good shit. Anyway,
I think Laura's the villain.
anyway,
Three.
another layer of wrong in Tim Pool's Wrong Lasagna is that he tries to explain why the film is proof that Sam's ideology is wrong, right? And the film is a product of Disney, the largest American imperialist media power in the world. And he's trying to explain why the film, Interrogated Runaway, could be read as an anti-communist film. And it's like, oh, really? The Disney film could be read as anti-communist? I am stone cold fucking shocked. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Like, it's... Right. That's just another layer of the lasagna of wrong.
The wrong lasagna.
Someone was asking in chat how I consider myself philosophically, and it's much easier to answer, like, what philosophies I think are dog shit than what I, like, believe in, because it's like, I'm not, it's like, you don't just pick something and then that's your whole life and you only think those kinds of thoughts, I don't define everything by a dialectic or something, So I wouldn't go like, I'm a Hegelian, and then every single thought I ever have is about dialectics. I find such attempts to be a little embarrassing. But
It makes sense if you're like an academic, I guess, and then you have a like
in your professional
thorough,
body,
consistent, comprehensive way
Sure.
of like approaching things. Yeah.
but for example, one thing I've been into recently is shitting on naturalism. I think naturalism is one of the biggest philosophical mistakes in the Western canon. There are many mistakes in the philosophical Western canon, but naturalism is one of the biggest. It gives rise to conservatism, it gives rise to fascism, it gives rise to virtue ethics, which I also think is inherently dog shit. Like, there's just, Kantian ethics, similarly, I think is kind of nonsense. Speaking of Hegel, I think that, like, dialectics is a very useful philosophical metaphor, but when you try to apply it too strictly, it's kind of gibberish. Like, Hegel tried to apply it to history in this weird centristy way, where it's like, throughout history we can see that people swing between extremes before settling in the middle, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, firstly, that's teleological, because it's this idea that we, defeat the extreme bad ideas in the marketplace before settling on the superior
At least it's not just a straight line.
synthesis. Yeah, it's not just a straight line up, but it's still, like, ultimately, like, ends up at the right one, which is so annoying. Like, it's like...
So I got this ring.
Uh-huh.
What the hell do I do next?
Ring?
There was a copper ring in the basement.
Okay. What else have you got? Got anything else? Did you get the basement storeroom key?
Yeah, I went down to the basement.
Cool. Did you get the dry cell battery?
Yeah.
Did you get the Super Mario cartridge?
No.
That's another thing. You need to go find the lead ring.
Where
Go back up to third floor, enter the patient wing, ignoring the radio static in the west corridor. Enter the elevator and go down to second floor. Before the elevator doors open, a strange message... Oh, you'll encounter that, whatever. You'll get it yourself.
Patient
Go up
wing.
to third
I'm
floor.
on the third floor.
Go into the elevator, go down to second floor.
Okay.
Lobsters have hierarchy, therefore capitalism. Right, so there's another example. Transcendentalism, I think, is absolute fucking gibberish. Like, trying to overwhelm this idea of, kind of overwhelming support for romantic imagery in order to spread this idea of, like naturalism, supreme naturalism. Like, everything natural is good. The reason I bring that up is I think Jordan Peterson is just transcendentalist. Like, I think that's basic. Like, if you read up about transcendentalism, really that's all he's doing. He's really just recycling all transcendentalist ideas. He's really just trying to spread the idea that you should just be a woodsman. Big strong man living in a log cabin in the woods, you know. Uh-oh. You probably shouldn't get the punishment. Probably want to avoid that, I think. But yeah, the first time I heard of like anti-naturalist philosophy, I was like, that's bizarre. It was really hard to wrap my head around. So I think it's one of the kind of cooler ideas, honestly. Like, I just found it really interesting to explore and realize that it was actually like that naturalism is a big problem and like flaw in the way people think about stuff. Like, people think often that if they can argue What's happening? Do you have a chance to answer any of these? This is so weird. But like, yeah, when you think it through and you realize that naturalist thinking is so baked into stuff, and that people think they can argue that something is good simply by proving that it's natural.
Fuck you, Aristotle.
Right, exactly. It's like, it's kind of fucked, actually, because cancer is natural, and tornadoes are natural, and primary amoebic meningoencephalitis, which crawls into your nose when you swim in fresh water and then presents no symptoms for 3 days and then you drop dead, is natural. And art is unnatural. Art is supremely unnatural. It's created by people. People make art, and that's not natural, and that's wonderful. So, the primary thing I believe in right this second is anti-naturalism. The primary thing I'm really buzzed about right now is anti-naturalism.
What was that?
And then you can actually see a lot of like weak arguments that progressives make when you think about naturalism and anti-naturalism too. Because you start to realize, oh shit, that argument that we're making that like that you should support like abortion, like people's right, people's right to choose because of nature. That's gibberish. That's based on nothing. That's actually nothing. That's a real reach. You're just seeing the reactionaries argue that having babies is natural, so you're trying to prove that not having babies is natural, and there's nothing inherently good about being natural. Or you're trying to prove that being gay is natural, or being trans is natural, and you don't need to, because we as a species, just everything we do is nature, and it's also not. Like...
Oh, maybe she felt
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, Give me a hand here.
She's calling you a cock right
I
now.
was just gonna say.
Big man around.
Oh my god, she's actually calling you a
How's little
cock.
girl like me supposed to help?
I don't know. Have you got hands and arms?
Bro, you just got cocked really hard.
I can't.
That's embarrassing for you. You're
I'm not
you're
set
just
with
like
this.
a cock now.
Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
You got the lead ring. Now go back up to the 3rd floor. You go back up to the 3rd floor and go into the storeroom.
Just like, how the hell did you know? You know?
Right, totally. Anyway, yeah, I mean... So I first encountered like the anti-naturalist thing in Xenofeminism. I think Xenofeminism is a pretty good book. I still find some stuff in there a little off, but like not in a problematic way. Just like, meh, I'm not sure I agree with that, and that's fine. I think one of the biggest joys you can encounter in philosophy is things you don't agree with but don't hate. Honestly. Like, I think Aristotle is a fucking dipshit and should have been driven into the sea at the earliest opportunity. But I think xenofeminism makes some points that I don't agree with, that I don't mind. I just think it's quite easy to find philosophies that you find morally bankrupt and repugnant, and it's quite hard to find stuff that you simply think is wrong. Here we go. It's your prize box. Time for a puzzle. What are you doing?
Oh, so these are all the questions, right?
Yeah, so I'll read you the questions again.
Okay.
Okay. Since I was talking over the whole question section, that's probably only fair. So, 1. Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacups. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park.
Do you know? I guess you do. What is it?
Do you just want to be told?
Yeah, because I don't
Okay,
know.
it's Lakeside Amusement Park.
Is
So
that
3.
okay.
You already pressed that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally, a terrible tragedy. What gruesome end to such innocent lives? What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act?
I do not remember.
1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Gein.
Scott Fairbanks? Was that one of the names on the...
It's Walter Sullivan. 3. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Paleville, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Backman Avenue. 2. Rendell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue.
What's the answer?
3. Nathan Avenue.
Whoa.
Whoa. Shotgun shells. Whoa. 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 Whoa.
Okay, guess there's gonna be some
Things to shoot.
some shooting to do.
Quite possible. Yeah, there you go. Now you know.
54.
So you got to go up to the west stairwell door now. You're just saving first. Valid.
Do you think we should go to bed now?
You're not far from the end of this chapter? Or this, like, area? Are you super tired? Like, we can just wrap it up if you're super tired. I just feel like you could, like, wrap it up at a really good point to stop.
It'd be nice to have some just time to chill out before we go to bed, so.
Okie dokie, that's valid. Okay. Okay. Well, thanks everybody. This was super fun. I'll try not to leave it too long before we do another spooky stream.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I'm going to be doing some Witcher on Wednesday, I think.
Sweet.
I'm trying to remember if I've got anything else planned. No, I think it's Witcher on Wednesday. Man-Eater on Friday.
Ooh.
Hell yeah. And then, like I said, in a couple of weeks I'll do some more editing streams. So, thanks everybody for stopping by. Let me just... Whoop! Hang on, let me turn the light on. I'll end the spookiness. Whoa! Okay. Can you be ready to turn the thing off?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks everyone. This was really nice. Like I said, watch out Wednesday. I'll announce on Twitter if anything changes. Wednesday Witcher, Friday Man-Eater. And then editing splits in. Thanks everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Bye for now.